Πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EUSER. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων. Η δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο. Τέλος, στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούν.
Καλημέρα. Καλημέρα σας. Επειδή το σημερινό event έχει πάρα πολλούς καλεσμένους στο εξωτερικό, θα συνεχίσω στα αγγλικά. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. The workshop Accelerating Climate Change Adaptation in the Adriatic-Ionian region aims to trigger action to improve climate resilience in the Adriatic-Ionian region. It will allow for an exchange of views of the EU-share countries, as well as EU and UN institutions and financial actors, shares challenges, experience and good practices for climate infrastructure, support sustainable tourism and improve climate resilience of cities and communities. It will also offer the opportunity to identify joint challenges, shape solutions and funding to boost adaptation action through the implementation of the European Strategy and Action Plan for the Adriatic-Ionian region. The EU Macro-Regional Strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region, EU-SHARE, is adopted since October 2014. The EU-SHARE aims to strengthen cooperation between the 10 participating countries, which are located in the same geographical area, the 4 EU member states, as Greece, Italy, Croatia, Slovenia, and 6 third countries, Albania, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and San Marino. In order to address common challenges and seize common opportunities. The strategy includes 5 pillars. Pillar 1, Blue Growth. Pillar 2, Connection of the region. That means transport and energy networks. Pillar 3, Environmental quality. Pillar 4, Sustainable tourism. And Pillar 5, Social coherence. The event today is initiated by the integrated project LIFE AP, Adaptive Greece, boosting the implementation of adaptation policy across Greece. The project is coordinated by the Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy and implemented together with 18 key adaptation stakeholders, including the region of Ionian Islands. The project is funded by the LIFE program of the European Union and the Green Fund of Greece. This project aims to accelerate the implementation of the National Adaptation Strategy and Regional Adaptation Action Plans. I call the Governor of the region of the Ionian Islands, Mr. Ioannis Tepeklis, to take the floor.
Κύριε Πρίντανη, κύριε Αντιπεριφερειάρχες, αγαπητοί προσκεκλημένοι, υπηρεσιακοί παράγοντες. Είναι μεγάλη τιμή να βρίσκουμε σήμερα εδώ, στην καρδιά μιας κοινής ευρωπαϊκής προσπάθειας, με στόχο την προσαρμογή στην κλιματική αλλαγή, ένα θέμα που δεν αφορά πια το αύριο, όπως πολλοί πιστεύαμε, αλλά αφορά το σήμερα, το εδώ και τώρα. Η κλιματική αλλαγή δεν κάνει διακρίσεις. Δεν γνωρίζει σύνορα, δεν περιμένει να συμφωνήσουμε. Τη βιώνουμε ήδη όλοι. Στις παράκτιες πλημμύρες, στη λειψιδρία, στις ξηρασίες, στις πυρκαγιές, στην απώλεια της βιοποικιλότητας, στον πρωτογενή τομέα. Και ειδικά για την Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο, περιοχές άρρηκτα συνδεδεμένες με τη θάλασσα, τον τουρισμό και την αγροτική παραγωγή, οι επιπτώσεις γίνονται όλο πιο ορατές και πιεστικές. Η προσαρμογή στην κλιματική αλλαγή δεν είναι πολυτέλεια, είναι ανάγκη και κυρίως είναι ευθύνη. Ευθύνη απέναντι στους πολίτες μας, στις μελλοντικές γενιές, αλλά και σε αυτό το φυσικό περιβάλλον το οποίο μας φιλοξενεί. Στην περιφέρειά μας βλέπουμε καθημερινά τις επιπτώσεις της παγκόσμιας πρόκλησης, ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, επιβάρυνση των υποδομών, πίεση στους φυσικούς πόρους. Δεν πρόκειται για ένα σενάριο του μέλλοντος, αλλά πρόκειται για την πραγματικότητα του σήμερα. Η κλιματική κρίση μας φέρνει όλους μπροστά σε ευθύνες. Ως περιφέρεια γνωρίζουμε καλά πως η προσαρμογή δεν μπορεί να είναι μια θεωρητική συζήτηση. Πρέπει να είναι στρατηγική, συντονισμένη και κυρίως άμεσα εφαρμόσιμη, με σχέδιο, με έργα και με δράσεις που θα φτάνουν στους πολίτες. Η μακροπεριφέρεια Αδριατικής Ιωνίου μας δίνει ένα εξαιρετικά σημαντικό εργαλείο, τη δυνατότητα να ενώσουμε δυνάμεις, να συνεργαστούμε ως κράτη, ως περιφέρειες, ως δήμοι, ως φορείς, πάνω σε κοινές λύσεις και βιώσιμα μοντέλα ανάπτυξης. Γιατί μόνο με συλλογική προσπάθεια μπορούμε να χτίσουμε την ανθεκτικότητα που απαιτεί η εποχή μας. Στόχο μας είναι μια περιφέρεια που αντέχει, που προσαρμόζεται και προοδεύει, με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και με επίκεντρο τον άνθρωπο. Το θέμα της προσαρμογής στην κλιματική αλλαγή δεν είναι απλώς μια επιστημονική ανάλυση ή μια διοικητική υποχρέωση. Είναι ένα μεγάλο στοίχημα της εποχής μας, που καθορίζει το μέλλον των κοινωνιών μας. Η περιφέρεια Ιωνίων έχει θέσει ως απόλυτη προτεραιότητα τη θωράκιση των νησιών μας και την προστασία των τοπικών κοινωνιών από τις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής κρίσης. Δεν έχουμε την πολυτέλεια της αδράνειας. Οι ακραίες καιρικές συνθήκες που βιώνουμε όλο και συχνότερα, τα φαινόμενα διάβρωσης των ακτών μας, η πλημμυρική κίνδυνη και αυξανόμενη απειλή για κρίσιμες υποδομές απαιτούν συντονισμένες, στοχευμένες και αποτελεσματικές δράσεις. Η συλλογική στρατηγική της περιφέρειας Ιωνίων Νήσων για την ενίσχυση της αντιπλημμυρικής προστασίας και τη διασφάλιση της ασφάλειας των πολιτών αφορά την αναβάθμιση της προστασίας και την προστασία των τοπικών κοινωνιών από τις επιπτώσεις των ακραίων καιρικών φαινομένων. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, η περιφέρειά μας έχει προχωρήσει σε εκτεταμένους καθαρισμούς ρεμάτων και αντιπλημμυρικά έργα σε όλα τα Ιόνια νησιά, ώστε να διασφαλίσουμε τη μέγιστη και όσο μπορούμε να το κάνουμε προστασία από πλημμυρικά φαινόμενα. Παράλληλα, διεκδικούμε από την πολιτεία γενναίες χρηματοδοτήσεις για τη συντήρηση και αναβάθμιση των υποδομών μας, που είναι αδιανόητο η τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση να επιχειρεί μέσα σε ένα ασφιχτικό οικονομικό και θεσμικό πλαίσιο. Σχεδιάζουμε και υλοποιούμε τις βέλτιστες λύσεις για να αντέξουν οι υποδομές μας στις νέες συνθήκες που φέρνει η κλιματική κρίση. Χρειαζόμαστε τολμηρές μεταρρυθμίσεις στο θεσμικό πλαίσιο, ώστε περιφέρειες και δήμοι να έχουν τη δυνατότητα να παρεμβαίνουν άμεσα και αποτελεσματικά στην πρόληψη και αντιμετώπιση ακραίων καιρικών φαινομένων, μακριά από τη δεδαλώδη γραφειοκρατία που συχνά καθυστερεί αναγκαία έργα. Η περιφέρειά μας πρωταγωνιστεί επίσης στη συμμετοχή της με το εμβληματικό έργο LIFE, το οποίο αποτελεί το σημαντικότερο εργαλείο προσαρμογής της χώρας μας στην κλιματική αλλαγή. Στα Ιόνια νησιά υλοποιείται ένα καινοτόμο πρόγραμμα αποτύπωσης και παρακολούθησης της διάβρωσης των ακτών μας μέσω μη επαδρομένων υπτάμενων οχημάτων, καλύπτοντας 50 παραλίες της περιφέρειας σε οριζόντια δράση 8 ετών. Με επιστημονική λοιπόν προσέγγιση και συνεχή καταγραφή θα αποκτήσουμε πολύτιμα δεδομένα για τη λήψη στοχευμένων μέτρων προστασίας παράκτιων περιοχών μας. Κυρίες και κύριοι, προσαρμογή στην κλιματική αλλαγή δεν μπορεί να είναι αποσπασματική, ούτε να επαφίεται μόνο στις καλές προθέσεις. Αποτελεί ολοκληρωμένο σχεδιασμό, διαρκή παρακολούθηση και κυρίως ισχυρή πολιτική βούληση. Είμαστε εδώ για να ενώσουμε δυνάμεις, να διαμορφώσουμε βιώσιμες λύσεις, να διασφαλίσουμε ένα ασφαλές μέλλον και βεβαίως μια ασφάλεια για τους μόνιμους κατοίκους, για τον άνθρωπο και βεβαίως για τους επισκέπτες μας, γιατί όπως όλοι γνωρίζουμε η Αττική και στο Ιόνιο κυρίως η οικονομία μας στηρίζεται και στον τουρισμό. Σας ευχαριστώ για την παρουσία σας. Εύχομαι η ημερίδα να έχει επιτυχίες και τα συμπεράσματά σας να είναι ένα καλό βήμα για τις επόμενες μέρες, για τις πρωτοβουλίες τις οποίες πρέπει να πάρουμε όλοι μαζί σε ένα κλίμα συνεργασίας. Σας ευχαριστώ.
From the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Dr. Petros Varelidis, Secretary General of Natural Environment and Waters, will send our speech. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Eva, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I would love to be there with you, but you know, the job here is very demanding, so unfortunately I have to be online. Climate change presents common challenges for all of us. Forest fires, one thought that it's a symptom for southern Greece. We see them everywhere now in Greece, even in northern areas that we never expected them. We had 2 years ago a mega fire in the Evros region, which shows exactly what we are dealing with. We have more heat waves. That is true for all of us. We have drier weather in general. That present challenges as regards the water supplies, being for drinking water or for irrigation water. So the challenges are common, so it's important that we talk to each other, we exchange good practices, we exchange bad practices. Sometimes this is equally important to know what has been tried and failed, so we learn from the failures of the others. We also learn from the successes. And it's always important to talk to each other because we are neighbors. And it's important that neighbors understand each other and that they realize that the challenges in this world are common. The world despite the recent political evolutions, is getting smaller and smaller, and that has to do with technology mainly. It has nothing to do with politics. So inevitably, we have to work together, we have to understand each other and find common solutions. I wish that you have a very successful meeting, and in the afternoon, you take a stroll in the old city that is really a masterpiece of architecture, and I'm sure you would love it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Varelidis. I hope that your workload is not too heavy today, and maybe you can join that and attend the workshop. Next, Professor Christos Zerefos from the Academy of Athens, Climate Envoy for Greece, Chair of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the LIFE IP Adaptive GR project.
Hello, dear colleagues and authorities, representatives. I'm pleased to welcome you to the LIFE Adapt activity in today's workshop on the acceleration of climate change in the Adriatic-Ionian Sea within the framework of LIFE Adapt program. That program has been initiated more than 10 years ago with an application to the LIFE Adapt framework program, and it was successful. We continue now collaborating with a number of municipalities and prefectures in Greece. And also we have visions and collaborations with the Bank of Greece and other major institutions, such as universities, the Academy of Athens, and of course the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Greece. The program is continuing. The proper and successful adaptation in Greece will reduce the cost of man-made climate change and man-made climate crisis effects, such as the cost of erosion of the shorelines, not only in the Adriatic and Ionian seas, but also elsewhere in our neighborhood. In addition, the cost of forest fires, the cost of degradation of our environment, and the cost of aridity in a large part of our country. Aridity is a big threat for Greece, not only to agriculture, but also in tourism and in many other aspects of our economic day life. So with the measures and by performing and materializing the LIFE Adapt program, we do expect to reduce that cost, which can be accumulated to hundreds of millions of euros at the end of the century if we don't adapt. So adaptation is a must. I wish you a pleasant stay and success in today's and tomorrow's activities within the LIFE Adapt program.
Thank you very much. Now I call Mr. Spiridon Ioannou, Vice Governor of the region of Ionian Islands for Environmental Planning and Climate Change, to take the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome all of you. It is our honor to host a two-day event on accelerating adaptation in the Adriatic-Ionian region in the context of the Greek presidency of USER in the Life IP Adapting GR project. Thank you for being here, for participating, and for sharing your expertise on this important event. We have gathered an impressive lineup of speakers who will guide us through adapting our Adriatic-Ionian region to climate change. Today, we will have the opportunity to learn more on the climate change challenges in our macro region and explore together ways to adapt to future climate. We will get an overview of European, Mediterranean, and national adaptation policies that shapes the framework to enable adaptation action and discuss how to better align and coordinate policies at different levels. We will also get insights into available information on future climate and available funds, and we will seek ways to bridge knowledge and finance gaps. Tomorrow, we will dive into 3 thematic priorities for adaptation. We will discuss how to shield our infrastructure, particularly coastal infrastructures, against climate change, how to capture synergies between sustainable and adaptive tourism, and how to engage our region's cities and communities in adaptation action. The evenings, you will learn more about our cultural heritage, both intouchable and touchable. Tonight, you will have the opportunity to enjoy our musical heritage, while tomorrow you will be able to walk around the old town of Corfu and being alert on the impacts of climate change to our historical cities. I'm looking forward to stimulating a fruitful discussion to boost adaptation in our Ionian Adriatic macroregion. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ioannou. The following presentation will be done by Dr. Christos Giannakopoulos, Research Director for the Institute of Environmental Research and Sustainable Development at the National Observatory of Athens. He is going to talk about the impacts of climate change in our region, the Adriatic-Ionian region.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I will try to give you an overview of the impacts that we expect from climate change in the Adriatic-Ionian region. As Eva said before, I work in research. I work at the Institute of Environmental Research and Sustainable Development at the National Observatory of Athens, which is also a partner in the Life Adapting GR project mentioned before that focuses on the adaptation strategies for all the regions in Greece. Here is the Adriatic-Ionian region, and I will start with some remarks about global and European changes in temperature and statistics. For example, for 2024, it was the first year with an average temperature globally exceeding the 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial level. This is the threshold that was set by the Paris Agreement to significantly reduce risk and impacts of climate change. So ideally, we wouldn't like to exceed this threshold limit, but I can tell you that we exceeded it, and we exceeded it across the globe, and in Europe we exceeded it even more, and even so in the Arctic or other regions as well. The sea surface temperature has also increased by about 1.1 degrees above the pre-industrial level. So the European sea surface temperature has also increased, and also European seawater has also risen by about 2 to 4 millimeters per year. This is going to lead to extreme climate events in the future, as global surface temperature will continue to increase until the least mid-century under all emission scenarios considered. What we expect in our region, which is the Mediterranean region. The Mediterranean region, I can tell you, is a hot spot of climate change, meaning that we already exceed records compared to global. The region is warming 20% faster than the global average. So that means the region is warming much more than the rest of the world. Also, the precipitation is showing tendencies of decline, and this is going to lead to several consequences around the region. For example, heat extremes, or risk of forest fire, or impacts on agricultural crops and health in the population. Other impacts are very much related to flooding and to forest fires, as I said before. Here is a map of Europe that shows you high-risk events that have happened in Europe, and also for fires. For example, I mentioned here the storm Minerva in May 2023 that led to flooding of several regions in the Emilia-Romagna region and Marche regions in Italy. Mentioning also the August 2013 heavy rainfalls in Slovenia that affected 2/3 of the country. And also in September 2023, as you remember, we had Storm Daniel, which brought record rainfall in Greece in the Thessaly region. For fires, you can see lots of events concentrating across the south of the Mediterranean, especially South Italy, South Spain, and mostly in Greece and the eastern part of the region. And the most notable event was the 2023 record-breaking fires in terms of extent that happened in the Evros region in Greece, in the Alexandroupolis and in the forest of Dadia. The Mediterranean Sea, as we said before, is clearly a climate change hotspot. That means it experiences changes in climate that occur much faster and much more intensely than other parts of the world. So rising temperatures, high evaporation rates, that means more evaporation from the sun. That means the Mediterranean Sea is becoming more salty, and more salty water absorbs and retains more heat. So the seawater becomes even warmer. You have heard about marine heat waves that are happening in the Mediterranean, and you can see here in the plot, in the left plot, the sea surface temperature anomaly in the Mediterranean in July 24. So it shows you how much warmer the temperature in the Mediterranean was. It was about 3 to 4 degrees warmer in the Adriatic-Ionian region. And in the other plots, you can also see similar patterns of extreme high temperatures in the Mediterranean. Especially Adriatic-Ionian region is warming quite a lot. Now I'm going to talk about what the future is going to hold for us and how we predict the future in science. We use what we say climate models. We start with a global climate model that has a resolution of about 100 by 100 kilometers, but we go to regional climate models if we want to simulate the climate in particular regions of the Earth. And because we don't know the exact future of the climate in terms that we don't know if the world is going to continue to emit the greenhouse gases at the same level as we do today. That's why we have different climate scenarios. These scenarios means that sometimes we do things for mitigation. That means we try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or we do nothing. That's why we have different futures for climate. I would like you to distinguish between the time scales of climate information. For example, if you have a long series of observations of 100 years, you can talk about climate of the past. You need at least 30 years to talk about climate. Then, of course, you know you have the weather forecasts. These weather forecasts work for about 3 to a week or even 10 days, but not more than that. And then we have what we say climate predictions and projections. We can have either sub-seasonal or seasonal or decadal predictions. That means we can predict for the next months or seasons, or even for the next years. And then we talk about climate change projections, which is what the climate is going to be in the next 30 or 50 years from now. Generally, the climate models simulate the climate until the end of our century. So that means until 2100. And it's not easy to work with what the models produce. You need to do a lot of work before you use the output from climate models. You need to know that the climate model is able to simulate the climate accurately. That's why you use past observations to evaluate your model. And then you see which area you want to make the projections for. So you work also with stakeholders to say if we want to predict impacts on agriculture, or impacts on tourism, or impacts on population health, you need to develop different indices for the particular sector that you are going to work with. For example, if we want to see the impacts of agriculture, then we are not interested only in how many days we have above 35 degrees per year. We might be interested also in the number of winter frosts, or very heat wave days, or very hot days in a particular season of the year. For example, if we have very hot days, a lot of hot days in May, maybe the olive tree is affected and it doesn't make good production. So if we have lots of hot days very early. So different indices for different sectors. Here is the Adriatic-Ionian region. We are going to show now some projections, what the climate is going to hold for the region. As you see, is prone to flooding, droughts, landslides, storms, and wildfires. These have become increasingly frequent in the region, and these of course impact vulnerable communities and expose the urgent need to take adaptation measures. Here is an example of how much the temperature is going to increase from some publications that they have come out for the region. So, for example, hot days are going to increase over land by about 10 days per year, or 20 more days in the summer, and over the sea, we are going to have 20 more days as well. The Adriatic-Ionian Sea is also not an isolated system. is part of the Mediterranean Sea, so every pressure system that is present in the Mediterranean will affect the Adriatic-Ionian region. The characteristic of the Adriatic Sea is that it's very shallow and semi-enclosed, and this increases the risk. Ionian is more deep, increases the risk of serious and permanent damages caused by climate change and intense human activities, such as tourism or fisheries. For the Adriatic-Ionian region, we are going to show some results for the near future. The near future here, we talk about 2031 to 2060, so 30 years to talk about climate. It's about 5 years from now, and 2071 to 2100 for more distant future. We compare these futures with a reference period which we take to be 1971 to 2000. This is a period before climate change had started to be severe. And we use two climate scenarios. One climate scenario, which is a kind of moderate scenarios. That means globally we take some measures to address climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And another scenario is called RCP 8.5, is called business as usual scenario. That means the world takes no action and makes the emissions of greenhouse gases as they were in the past and they continue today. And to study the various climate change impacts in the Adriatic-Ionian region, we identified several vulnerable sectors: infrastructure, tourism, and health, and we used, of course, climatic variables, meteorological variables, climatic indices for extreme temperatures and for extreme precipitation, or combined indices, for example, indices for health that combine temperature and precipitation. This is a map of the region that shows you the Adriatic-Ionian region for the mean air temperature, the average temperature of the region. On the left plot, you see the past. So you see how the situation was in the past. And on the other plots, the top two plots show you the situation in the near future, in 2031, 2060. And the two bottom plots show you the situation in 2071 to 2100. And we have two plots for each of the futures because we said we have two climate scenarios. One is the average climate scenario, the moderate climate scenario. The other is the more extreme climate scenario. So the plots in the middle are with the moderate climate scenario, and the plots in the right end are with the extreme climate scenario. Generally, you see that the temperature of the region is going to increase in the moderate climate scenario by about 1.5 degrees centigrade in the near future, with the moderate scenario, and about 2 degrees in the business as usual climate scenario. So you see there is not a big difference in the near future climate, but as we go further in the century, there is a huge amount of difference in temperature. That means in the moderate scenario, the temperature increases by 2.5 degrees, and about 4.5 degrees if we go to the business as usual scenario. So if we do nothing to control the greenhouse gas emissions, by the end of the century, this region, the Adriatic-Ionian region, is going to be 4.5 degrees warmer than it was by 2000. This is a very interesting and very useful index for tourist activities. It shows you the number of days per year that the temperature is above 30 degrees. We call these hot days. The left plot shows you again what the past was, until 2000. So how many days per year we had in the region. So you can see parts of the Ionian and the Adriatic Sea, how many they had about 2 months of temperatures above 30 degrees. And the other plot shows you how many more days you are going to have in the future. And it shows you that with the moderate scenario, you are going to have 20 more days in the near future and 25 more days in the business as usual climate scenario. But as you go to the distant future, in the business as usual climate scenario, you might have 2 more months. So if you had 2 months today with temperatures above 30 degrees, in the distant future up until 2100, we are going to have 2 more months. So 2 plus 2, 4 months in total of temperatures above 30 degrees. A similar plot is about tropical nights, also important for tourism. It signifies you the nights that the temperature is high enough, very high, and people cannot sleep very well during the evenings and the nights. And you can see very significant increases in this parameter, even more than the temperature above 30 degrees. You can see that if you go in the distant future climate with the business as usual climate scenario, the increase is going to be more than 2 months. So about 3 more months of increases in tropical nights. Another plot that is very important for energy demand for the region is the number of days that with increased cooling needs. That means the days that we need definitely to switch on air conditioning. How many more days we will need in the future. You can see that if you go close to the distant future with the business as usual scenario, the bad scenario, you will have about 40 to 50 more days of cooling demands. That means if you had 2 months now of cooling demands, you are going to have 2 months plus 50 more days. So close to 4 months of air conditioning needs. And the precipitation, what happens with the precipitation? It's a mixed pattern. For precipitation, generally we see that there will be a small positive changes in precipitation in the north of the region, but negative changes in precipitation, so means in the reduction of precipitation, especially for South Italy and Greece. So the north sees some small increases, but very small, about 5 to 10%, and the south sees more significant decreases, which reach about 25%. And what happens with the extreme precipitation is a parameter that is relating to flooding. This is important because even in regions where the precipitation, the total precipitation decreases, the number of days that have extreme precipitation may well increase. And this happened, for example, in the region of Thessaly with the storm Daniel, which is a region that saw very dry summers, but the precipitation events and the flash flooding events can cause lots of destruction because we have precipitation that concentrates in a very small amount of time. And you can see that the precipitation, the extreme precipitation generally increases throughout the region by about 20 millimeters. The sea surface temperature also increases in the region with all scenarios. You can see the changes there by about 2 degrees. And also the sea level increases. We have put here some examples of locations across the Adriatic-Ionian region. You can see here, for example, Venezia. You can see how much is going to increase in Lefkada in Greece or in Palermo or in Split. And you can see that if you go with the medium scenario, what happens in 2030, in 2060, and in 2100. So if you go with the average scenario, you are going to have an average increase of 0.5 meter in the Adriatic-Ionian region, different for a little bit of different across the regions. But if you go with the extreme scenario, you are going to be close to 1 meter of sea level rise, of course, this is going to affect your tourist activities in the region. Here is a plot of these locations that I put in the Adriatic-Ionian region, in Lefkada, in Palermo, in Venezia, and in Split, how much the sea level is going to change. And I am going to show you now what we have built as National Observatory with collaboration of other partners in the project Life Adapt in GR. We have built 2 web platforms for Greece. They are located in these 2 web locations that everybody of you can reach these locations and download or make their own maps of climate change. One is the Geospatial Information Portal that is hosted by the Ministry of the Environment of Energy in Greece. It is written here. You can select 22 climate indices, you can select climate scenario, and you can get maps like this, which shows you either the maximum temperature or other climatic variables, and you can also focus on specific regions of Greece. For example, we have focused here in Patras. The other site is also the National Adaptation Hub, is located in this website. You can get also seasonal variables, seasonal values of parameters, and this shows you an example how many more fire risk days we are going to have in the future. Of course, this has been built for the area of Greece only, but it could be well be extended to the whole Adriatic-Ionian region. This is an example also of what you can get from this kind of hub. For example, here is the town of Corfu, and it shows you how much the temperature is going to increase in the future with the different climate scenarios. You see that if we go with the extreme climate scenario, with the business as usual, which is the red line there, it increases by more than 4 degrees, and the precipitation declines. With the other 2 scenarios, the precipitation stays about more constant. And here we have listed, but we don't have time to talk about several Interreg projects that target the region, and they talk about adaptation. You can see this in the presentation. And with this, I finish, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Giannakopoulos. It's extremely important presentation. Now we may hear what the policymakers have to say about that, about climate change. And we start with the first session of the workshop. I call to the floor Mr. Mitja Britschel. He works at the Ministry of Natural Resources and Spatial Planning at the Republic of Slovenia, and he's also a coordinator of the thematic steering group Pillar 3, Protection of the Environment of EU Share.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear organizer, let me first congratulate the Greece, the presidency of USR, for the organizing this so important meeting, which I believe, just to listen the authorities of the Adriatic-Ionian Council and the ministers' messages and the researchers who are doing so important work to somehow let us know where we are, to change our, let's say, behavior and activities, and to adapt. That's why I'm very much again would like to congratulate Greece presidency. That's the title of today's meeting, and also process going to the Crete in May to accelerate climate change adaptation in the Adriatic-Ionian region. It's really in the center for our, let's say, survival along the shared coast and sea, for the quality of life of this and especially new generations which are coming. And this is something what is essential and in the center of our today work. That's why I'm more than happy and privileged in the same time as a pillar coordinator of environmental quality of Adriatic-Ionian strategy, together with my Bosnian colleague Senat Oprašić, that we can share what it's in our capacity together with you and to contribute to these efforts to really speed up the adaptation on the local level. You know, it's nice to talk, but very boring sometimes and not so much interested about the huge European whatever and national projects, but implementation is going on the local level. Yeah, and this is something what should be bottom up, top down, and of course, as much as possible in dialogue to be efficient. And this is why we are here to exchange those knowledges, practices, to be, as the governor of the Adriatic-Ionian and all somehow asked us to be really efficient and speed up the process. And also to talk about best practices. This is very important message of the Adriatic-Ionian authorities. And I hope, and I'm really looking forward to share this, this meeting with you, with colleagues of mine, and of course, knowledge and other international organizations, including UNEP, MAP, Barcelona Convention as a regional framework for action. Why? Because I'm coming from Slovenia, the most northern part of the Mediterranean, tiny country among Alps, Adriatic, very forested, more than 60%. But what we suffered in the last 3 years, the historical forest fires, first time in history. And the next year, the historical floods. Damaging economy, damaging all infrastructure in 2/3 of the country. And this is something what it's real, it's here. And this is about what we are going to address. So with this, if I may, I would like to invite my, colleagues, co-speakers in this part. This is Elina Bardram, Director for the Adaptation and Resilience Communication and Civil Society Relations, Director General for Climate Action, European Commission. She will join us online. Then Patrizia Bussolini, Socioeconomic and Sustainable Development Officer, Coordinating Unit for the Mediterranean Action Plan, United Nations Environmental Programme, Barcelona Convention Secretariat, from Athens, and Istok Škerlić, project partner of EOSR Facility Point Implementing Structure of the Municipality of Isola. I would kindly invite you to join me here on the podium. And if I may, first, hello, and I'm really looking forward that together we address the so important issue, as we heard from also the last speaker who presented us scientific approach and about the processes which are going on and the processes which are fast of changing climate. in Adriatic-Ionian region, that you try to enlighten us with your, let's say, knowledge and experiences to really be more efficient and, of course, oriented to serve the local needs, the needs of the local governments to become more efficient to implement the adaptation measures. This is something what we really need, to change our mindset, first to understand and to act, to really be more climate proof, let's say, in the future, because the trends are really not good. And this is what we have, and we also heard must do. This is must. And with this, I would like to invite first, let's say, speaker for the presentation of those ideas, Elena Bardram, Director for the Adaptation, Resilience, Communication and Civil Society Relation Director General for Climate Action of European Commission. Elena Bardram, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And let me start by saluting the organizers, not just the USR, but also the Hellenic Ministry of Environment, Energy, and the Hellenic Ministry of Economy and Finance, and of course the region of Ionian Islands. Adaptation, as we heard in the previous presentation, is becoming an acute challenge. And indeed, as our moderator has mentioned, that local level action, the regional empowerment, has a crucial role to play in our efforts to take the agenda forward. So maybe I can have the next slide. Just to mention to you that in Europe and at the level of the European Union, we are of course not idle to the science and the evidence that we see around ourselves. Slovenian floods, what we saw in Valencia, in Italy, in Central Eastern Europe, very recently, the fatalities, the economic losses, all of this is very well noted and followed from the European Commission. We know that several risks are already critical. Can we go back, please? We know that several risks are already at critical level and others are growing very fast. And in addition to being a threat to our people, to our environment, climate is becoming more and more an economic menace. We see that when we have to pay for repairs and damages, that money is often coming from public sources, and it is then rechanneled from other investment, such as investment to innovation and economic development. It's also true that when production sites and factories get flooded or are compromised by fire, or when the supply chains are influenced by agricultural yield being reduced, or the foreign supply chains being compromised, our production has disruptions. The revenues don't come in, and the tax incomes for the governments are reduced, thereby reducing the fiscal space both from outgoing perspective and the incoming perspective. So it is something that really requires forward-looking and anticipatory action. Action must be faster, smarter, and more systemic in order for us to properly manage the climate impacts and the risks associated. We need to get ahead of the impacts, if you like. And I'm not going to dwell on how Southern Europe is exposed. Our good professor in the earlier presentation gave a very striking and sober assessment of the situation. But it is true that from the EU perspective, it remains extremely important that our action is founded on science and based on evidence. Next slide, please. So I already mentioned that we're following this closely, so we will not be starting from scratch as we move on with our action. We already in 2021 produced the EU-level adaptation strategy, which set out a vision for EU becoming climate resilient by 2050. In 2021, we also introduced legal obligation on adaptation to climate change for the member states and for the union level. We have had the first assessment of the implementation only last year, and it showed that while progress is being made, it is still inconsistent across the member states and at times very organic. So adaptation may be something that's made a responsibility of local authorities where not sufficient resources are necessarily targeted to that. And adaptation sometimes also works in isolation of the other sector policies where the impacts are actually being felt, such as the transport ministries, such as the authorities in charge of spatial planning or the authorities in charge of energy security. So what is really required is a whole of a government approach whereby different entities with the opportunity, mandate and agency to act to increase resilience of different sectors have the necessary empowerment. So last year, already before the European elections, we produced a first ever European-wide climate risk assessment. It was an independent report commissioned by the European Commission to the European Environment Agency, and it looked at climate change impacts and risks related to the environment, but also economy and wider society across the different sectors. Very important concepts of risk ownership, risk management, and risk exposure were introduced in that risk assessment. And we didn't stop there. We also produced a Commission political communication on how these risks can and should be better managed. And the focus was particularly on protecting people and prosperity. As I said, climate change is becoming increasingly an economic issue, and it impacts our future competitiveness. So the links to prosperity and security are quite obvious. Next slide, please. In the new political guidelines put forward by our President, Ursula von der Leyen, a new European climate adaptation plan was announced. It is reflected in the mission letters, not only of my Commissioner, Commissioner Hoekstra, who's in charge of climate policy, but also in the mission letters of Executive Vice President Fito, who's in charge of regional policy, Commissioner Hansen, who's in charge of agriculture policy, and also, of course, Commissioner Roswell, who is in charge of environment policy, including the water resilience strategy. So what we have achieved is a real distribution of responsibility in a way that allows us to break away from the silos and make sure that all those commissioners who have the policy mandate on different sectors also know that they own a part of the climate risk at the European level. It is a key element of broader policy agenda because we need to make sure that our action, our activities are fully articulated with other EU flagship initiatives. Some of those flagship initiatives have already come forward, such as the Competitiveness Compass, which very importantly recognizes this link between productivity, competitiveness, and climate risk management. It is also included in the vision for agriculture and food, where resilience and building future-proof agriculture practices is very well recognized. Finally, the Preparedness Union strategy also, which has already come up, has very, very strong links. So we're not only looking at military threats, but also the whole of the threat landscape that the European citizen need to be prepared for at different levels, including cybersecurity, including pandemics, including the military aggression, but also climate impacts. And what's very, very important is that none of these threats or risks can be observed in isolation, because a country or region that is impacted and not prepared for climate risks may get very big challenges on their supply chain management or transport networks, which would also compromise the ability to mobilize military troops, tanks, etc. So you cannot really isolate one type of threat from another. Incoming still are the water resilience strategy and European civil defense strategy and the EU internal security strategy, which will also be nested in the larger security landscape. Next slide, please. I'd also like to spend a few minutes maybe on the very particular regional action that we have taken already since some 4 years ago, which is the EU Horizon mission on adaptation to climate change. Because as was said previously, adaptation to climate change happens first and foremost at local level. Local level often has the best understanding of the challenges and also the best understanding of the means to address those challenges. The very practical ability to tackle climate impacts. The EU mission helps over 300 regions and local authorities in the EU and Horizon Europe associated countries to assess climate risks, to implement solutions, and to access financing for adaptation. Out of the Eurosur countries, some 90 regions have signed up to the EU mission on adaptation. There are several countries that are benefiting from the different forms of assistance, notably have started preparing adaptation plans or are part of the so-called Pathway for Climate Resilience action, which allows identification of bankable projects and pipelines for financing. We also have several different pilot projects that are being deployed in the region, and we very much look forward to continuing this cooperation, including as part of the EU adaptation plan, because one of the biggest challenges we have is multi-level governance. How do we make sure that the different dots connect, that the different actors have knowledge of what the expectations for them to pursue action is in different kind of scenarios? To conclude, we will be coming forward with the EU adaptation plan in 2026, second half. I think it's going to be quite a game changer for the way we consider adaptation, climate risk management, and resilience. And we hope that will be an important enabler for action and empowerment at the different levels, including, very importantly, the local level, where I am confident the majority of the solutions exist, but we always don't have the necessary resources. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good day of deliberations.
Thank you, really big thank you, dear Director of Adaptation and Resilience, Directorate General for Climate Action. Thank you for your message and thank you for your active care to really contribute via also the process of Adriatic-Ionian strategy to develop and enhance our adaptation and accelerating action to the climate change. We appreciate very much the role and the role of European Commission to support the Adriatic-Ionian strategy. This is why, among others, that we are here, and it is a lot of already very important, let's say, results and projects on this, let's say, very important central issue. And we are on the spot where we should now activate this knowledge and project for the concrete actions on the ground. And this is where we are now to continue our, let's say, work, which is definitely one of the most important issues, to cooperate with the dialogue among the neighbors, among the, let's say, countries, and of course, bottom up from local level, as we heard, and there is obviously the most important political level and European level, top-down, to really be efficient. And with this, I would like to give the floor the Mediterranean Action Plan Coordination Unit of the Barcelona Convention in Athens. The very, very important person of this institution is here with us. Here is our really important let's say, knowledge and process, Patrizia Bussolini, who represent UNEP-MAP, with the regional framework also of the adaptation to climate change and many activities very much connected with, she will explain us, dealing now also with the last draft of the new Mediterranean strategy for sustainable development, where climate change is in the center. Please, I will give the floor, Patrizia, and the auditorium is in your hands.
Is it working? Okay. Good morning to everybody. Mitya, good morning. Thank you very much. Also to mention that Slovenia is as the presidency of the Bureau of the UNEP-MAP, and Mitya is representing Slovenia. This is also important to say, so this also facilitates the synergies and the connections. So, colleagues, let me, before going into a bit more details, what the UNEP-MAP Barcelona Convention deals with the climate change, I would like to give you a brief overview on the Barcelona Convention background, just some background information. You can go to the next slide, please. So the Mediterranean Action Plan, the Barcelona Convention, they were adopted in 1975. This means that this year, it's a very important year for us because we celebrate the 15th anniversary, and the Barcelona Convention, it is the first, so the oldest regional sea convention that was established, and it has been amended in 1995 following the Rio Convention, Rio Conference, and embedding the socio-economic aspects to the environment. This is a major thing. Thank you. Okay. The 21 Mediterranean countries are part of the Barcelona Convention, plus the European Commission. So all the developments that we have heard earlier, also from the colleague from the European Commission, are well integrated in the discussions of the contracting parties and the work of the Barcelona Convention. Barcelona Convention relies on 7 protocols. As you can see, dumping, prevention and emergency, land-based sources, hazardous waste, and so forth. And offshore integrated coastal zone management, which is very crucial for climate change activities. Ecosystem approach is an approach that is applied across the board in the Barcelona Convention. And when it comes to the institutional setup and the concrete way we work, there is a coordinating unit. No, I'm not. Okay. Apologies. I'm not right. Voila. So when it comes to the institutional setup, as you can see, we cover practically all the Mediterranean. In particular, the coordinating unit is based in Athens, so it's the Greece that hosts the coordinating unit. And then there are 7 regional activity centers that cover the Mediterranean. As you can see, SPARAC, for example, for marine biodiversity and marine protected areas is based in Tunisia. Then we have SCPRAC for sustainable consumption and production is based in Barcelona. Plan Bleu on environmental sustainable blue economy is based in Marseille. PAPRAC on coastal management, integrated coastal zone management is based in Split. And the InfoRAC, which is on communication and information, is based in Rome. And then a very important novelty, very recent novelty, it is the setup of a 7th regional activity center, which is based in Turkey. It is on climate change. and this to confirm the importance also for the Barcelona Convention and the contracting parties on this key challenge, as we have heard also from the previous speeches. It is here and now. How do we set priorities and implement activities accordingly? We have a medium-term strategy which covers the periods 22-27. So we are approaching the end of this midterm strategy, and we are already working for the update. As you can see, the midterm strategy is organized around thematic programs that covers also climate change. So you see it's really in the heart of our work. And then we have embedding programs, enabling programs, including monitoring, assessment, and knowledge, advocacy and communication, and fundamental program which covers governance, which is mainly supports what it has also been mentioned. It is to say the stakeholder engagement, the top-down, bottom-up involvement of stakeholders, covering the different sectors, and so forth. And of course, this is all linked also to the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. I will come back a bit later on this, because we have a specific framework, as Mitya has already mentioned, which is called Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development, which is specifically designed to develop and implement at Mediterranean level the SDGs, and where climate change it is a core priority. Addressing the triple planetary crisis in the Mediterranean, which is climate change, biodiversity, and loss of pollution, it was indeed the key topic, the key focus of the last meeting of the contracting parties of the Barcelona Convention and its protocols, which took place in Portorož in Slovenia in December 23. And it really, the motto was the commitment to the green transition in order to translate decisions into actions. Now, climate change, as you see, it was one of the key planetary crises that were addressed. And one of the key decisions accordingly that were taken by the contracting parties, it was to update the UNEP-MAP regional climate change adaptation framework for marine and coastal areas. This is a framework that was established in 2017. I will go more in detail later on, so you can see priorities and activities. It needs to be updated. So we are in this process now, and it will be updated by the next COP, meaning the 24th meeting of the contracting parties, which will take place this year in December in Egypt, in Cairo. So now we are in the process of updating the regional climate change adaptation framework. So for us, these meetings, the synergies with EU SARE are key, because we need to, because the framework it is regional, also including activities and actions at national level. It is key to cooperate, is key to create synergies, it is key to create complementaries at national and regional level, and also sharing best practice of projects and activities that which we have already heard. This is very important. Then one of the key decisions coming from the Portorož COP, it was, as I already mentioned, the decision to set up a new regional activity center on climate change based in Turkey, and also to give importance to natural-based solution, renewable energy transition, and national fiscal resilience, and also how to finance climate change adaptation. All these priorities are being included in the updated framework in the updated regional climate change adaptation framework. Now, how do we implement concretely the priorities that we set up in the midterm strategy? The midterm strategies, it is implemented through biannual programs. The current one we are implementing, it covers 2024 to 2025. As I mentioned, there is a specific program, Program 3, which towards a climate resilient Mediterranean. As you can see, the main actions include the support to contracting parties to prevent and reduce impact to climate change, and also to embed climate resilience into local integrated coastal and zone management plans. We are updating, as I said, the regional framework on climate change adaptation. We are promoting natural-based solutions and sharing best practices. Also to implement innovative solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from ships in the selected ports. And also support the operational activities of the scientific network MEDEC. MEDEC, if some of you might know, it is the Mediterranean Network of Experts on Climate Change. This initially was a flagship initiative for the Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development, which it still is, but it's becoming more and more a renewed network. It has produced a number of reports I will show in the next slide. So we really rely on the assessments and on the scientific reports of this network, because it gives us the input not only to plan activities, but to have also from our side forecast scenarios, foresight scenarios that are very useful for a policymaker, not only for planning purposes, but also for financial planning purposes. So we are now also preparing the annual program of work for 2026-2027. It will be approved in the framework of the COP24 in December, and more or less we will continue in the same kind of action and activities. Yes. Apologies, I am a bit lost with them. Okay. I'm going a bit too... Okay. Can you please put again the presentation? Apologies. Yes, apologies. So I can start. Oh. No, it's okay. I made a mistake. Voila. Thank you. So, as I mentioned, very relevant to this meeting, it is the 2016 Regional Framework for Climate Change Adaptation, which we are adapting. What I want to mention is that we are adapting the framework, but it has already been indicated as the core priorities, the core objectives of this framework are still considered as relevant. So we need to adapt to the more relevant development frameworks and commitments that have been happening since 2016, but in principle it is still applicable. The overall priorities include promoting the right enabling environment to mainstream adaptation into local planning, promote exchange of best practices and low regret measures, promote leveraging of necessary funding in order to finance climate change, and also enhance best available data and knowledge, as I mentioned, in order to allow policymakers also to develop sound planning and financial tools. More in detail, there are 4 strategic objectives. These strategic objectives are then developed into directions. Now, I'm not going to read all the directions, of course. And then for each direction, there are a number of suggested priorities that the national authorities and local authorities can take into consideration in order to respond to the priorities. So when it comes to the strategic objective, the framework, the first one is related to develop policy frameworks, increase awareness and stakeholders engagement, because as we said, bottom-up and top-down stakeholders engagement, it is key. Develop of best practices for effective and sustainable adaptation to climate change. Existing and emerging finance mechanism to support and to finance climate change adaptation measures. And then also, as already mentioned, better informed decision-making through research and scientific cooperation. Now, how are we updating the regional climate change adaptation framework? As mentioned, we are looking into the most recent global and regional climate change development and framework, in particular the latest COPs of the UNFCCC. We are implementing a gap analysis and the state of progress and on tentative finding from the implementation of the current regional climate change adaptation framework. So the gap analysis, when it comes to the gaps analysis, the experts also take into consideration also, of course, the activities that have been implementing in sub-regional framework as the EU it is. We have also developed an ad hoc questionnaire that have been shared with all the regional activity centers, also with the members of the Mediterranean Commission on Sustainable Development, with the Mediterranean Action Plan partners, and with the components of the MAP system, in order to get input from their different experience, from the different activities that they implement. And also, we are taking into consideration the most recent reports that have been developed in the framework of the UNEP MAP system. I would like to mention, first of all, the Mediterranean Quality Status Report 2023. This is a key assessment for the Mediterranean that summarize. Summarize. It is a work that nearly 500 pages, but it summarizes the work of 6 years of data that have been collected in the Mediterranean. So it's very much relevant also when it comes to climate change. And then we have these very key reports and specific reports on climate change that have been developed by as I mentioned, the MEDEC, which is a Mediterranean network of experts on climate change. I can share the links because these are very relevant. Yes, I need to speed up a bit. So which are the main findings from the gap analysis that we have been implemented so far? The work is still ongoing. So as I mentioned, the framework already provides a very good, solid set of actions and of policy guidelines. We need to further develop the ownership and the capacity building of the local and national authorities to implement the framework and the actions. Raising also the awareness not only of the policy actors but also of the stakeholders. We need to work. The work is needed on climate finance and cooperation with banking and insurance sector. Also, it is important to better work also with the southern and eastern countries, meaning of the Mediterranean, because this is a regional issue. So it is important the cooperation across the Mediterranean. Indicative elements, and I am closing. In the indicative elements for the update, it is to better embed in the framework renewable energies and green energy transition, nature-based solutions from adaptation, national fiscal resilience and factoring the range for plausible climate scenarios, review the governmentally created non-technical market distortion, and also to better integrate adaptation into national and local planning system. This is, we need to better maybe share pilot action, reinforce pilot action and support sharing best practices. Voila, and then I finish here because I understand there is no time. So that we have, as already mentioned, this complementary framework, which is the Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development. One, the priority is on climate change, as you can see. Now, in the updated version of this Mediterranean Strategy for the next period, climate change has been upscaled to priority 1. This is an important message, and it is in this framework that it is important to create synergies in a very concrete way, and here I will close. We have a new flagship initiative which is linked to climate change in the Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development. It is related to the delivery on 1 tetrawatt for renewable energy capacity in the Mediterranean region by 2030. So we are really, this new flagship initiative, we are developing it, we are developing synergies, activities and partnerships. So we really look forward with the EU SARE to look forward for how to develop synergies in this framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrizia. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, because I believe it's just one speaker before the coffee break, but really I would like to remind all of us that we are here to demonstrate synergies. And thanks to European Union with the first message and the director for the climate change adaptation and resilience, as you know, top of our, let's say, management. And now we heard the regional framework of the, let's say, coordination for the Mediterranean, where we are with the convention which celebrate this year 50 years. First regional convention on the globe for the regional sea. Maybe we should be all proud with the seat in the Athens that we do have such a structure on the regional level and to use the knowledge and let's say system and projects to merge with the, let's say, European Adriatic-Ionian strategy and to benefit from European and UN UNEP programs to serve the country's needs, to serve the local needs in the Adriatic-Ionian region to be more efficient. And thus the authorities said here today of the Adriatic-Ionian Council that we should immediately start with the applicable action to climate change adaptation with the plans and project to reach the citizens. This is where we are, and to use the structure. And with this, I'm giving the floor the Istok Škerlić, coming from the local, let's say, authorities to present you the very, let's say, local specific activities, which are, of course, important when we would like to implement them to bring all things together. Please, Istok, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I will skip a lot to be in time and make a favor to Eva and organize this in order to, I don't know how we are in time, we are how much until the end, 10 minutes, so, but because also a lot of what I have in the first part was already said by the previous presenters. So I'm presenting the local or sub-regional plan, which is the EU SARE plan, and it was already mentioned by the governor, but at the European level this is, let's say, regional plan and with the regional macro strategies, which are 4 from the Baltic through the Alpine, Danube, and going to our Adriatic-Ionian. We are now in the revision of the action plan. The first action plan was agreed in 2014, and now the revision it's in itself from January 2022. So all the basic legal part you already heard, so I will skip this. And the implementation of the action plan at the EU SARE level, it's very important also the local and municipal level where all the special planning and adaptation of special plan it's coming from. So we are working very bottom up. The macro strategy has the governing board, which is the decision making body and the thematic steering group. We are coming together with Mitya from the third, the quality of environment thematic steering group. So we would like also to engage a lot of funding, European funding in this process to help to be more coordinated at Adriatic-Ionian level and sharing best practice also with enlargement to the Western Balkans countries. I hope that during the Greek presidency, the action plan will be adopted, but since the preparation of the slide, I heard that it will be in the January 2026. So, but nevertheless, we are very close to its adoption. And this you already heard. So what we need, you see carbon neutral science, how many centigrades we will be less and more and so on, and about that our Mediterranean part, but also Adriatic-Ionian countries are the hotspot of the Earth. So we are really in the center, and that's why we now, as a thematic steering group 3, quality of environment, we are addressing the climate change and promoting resilience across the Adriatic-Ionian region, with particular also attention to the conservation of the nature. So you see that our human activity are almost producing the effects of the rising of the sea, erosion, marine anchorment, saltwater infiltration, water shortage, droughts, and biodiversity loss. And that's why we really made a concrete action through the also heard Barcelona Convention protocols of integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial planning to integrate the restoring nature and climate mitigation to the local and regional level. So we see this action through the promoting of the circular economy, green rural development, digitalization of these acts, and promotion of the best practice and exchange of experience in the integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial planning, also at the local level. Capacity building activities to understand all this process at the local level, and innovation and research. For this reason, we established the flagship, which are the also mentioned Barcelona Convention instruments, the also terrestrial protection of the great carnivores, but we have also the new flagship, which is promoting climate change adaptation and disaster risk prevention through the river basin management and ICZM and MSP. You can find more on our page, and if you are interested to the promotion of any of these projects at the local level, we can also help with some inputs, very concrete actions and activities. At the other pillar, so yes, I maybe forgot in a hurry to say that our strategy has now with the revision 5 pillar, we enlarge by 1 pillar. Before we were 4, now we are 5. And this is where all other pillars in the strategy also has identified climate change mitigation and action. So in the blue sustainable economy, the invasive alien species are the great threat to this. the enhancement of new technologies which can help to make a transition to more climate, nature, and resilient sustainable economy. And in this regard, the promotion of research and innovation and also business solution and startup, it's very important. In the connecting of the region, we are here following what was also heard before for the fossil fuel, to no fossil fuel transition by the 2030, accelerate the green transition in the transport system, and all other priorities. The same is doing also the second part of the second pillar, which is the energy sector and the mobility with the decarbonized energy system in the center of this rule. The pillar 4 is dedicated to the tourism, and this is one of very interesting sector also for Greece, but also for Mediterranean part of Slovenia, Croatia, and Italy. So we have a project and action to reduce the environment pressure caused by mass tourism and help to diversify the economy from coastal also to rural parts of the areas, in which also contribute to the equalization of the economy and social inclusion of all parts of the country. And we come to the last pillar, so the social cohesion pillar of the EUSER, which is the new one, and they are also looking to develop good skills and knowledge and tools necessary to understand this new environmental changing condition, and to also better understand what I say to the local level, what are the actions to be done. Thank you very much for this. I'm ahead of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Istok. I believe that you got the feeling how the, let's say, also local activities are very much connected with the regional dimension and sub-regional let's say, projects and implementation. Thank you for this. Due to the little bit, we are over the time limits. Now it's coffee break. I suggest that we shorten coffee break a little bit, or and to discuss on the coffee break about what we heard. 10 minutes it's proposed to be for the coffee break, and then after this short break I'm inviting you on very interesting follow-up with our really excellent speakers which will join us, and enjoy your coffee.
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EUSER. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. Όραμα και αποστολή της EUSER είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EUSER εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού, ενώ και ένας 5ος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EUSER επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EUSER, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την προεδρία της EUSER για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. Η USER. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων. Τη δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο. Τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adaption αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή. Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από μας. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EU-SHARE. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. Όραμα και αποστολή της EU-SHARE είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EU-SHARE εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού, ενώ και ένας 5ος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EU-SHARE επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EU-SHARE, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την προεδρία της EU-SHARE για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EU-SHARE. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό, παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής, την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων, η δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο, τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adaption αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή. Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. Οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση. Για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από μας. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς?
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EUSER. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. Όραμα και αποστολή της EUSER είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EUSER εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού, ενώ και ένας 5ος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EUSER επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EUSER, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την προεδρία της EUSER για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EUSER. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων. Η δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο. Τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adaption αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή. Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. Οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση. Για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από μας. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς
Αδριατική
Παρακαλώ.
Μακροπεριφερειακή
You may
στρατηγική
please
μια
come.
γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση.
We continue with the second part of the session. Thank you. Thank you very much. The second part of the session 1, regarding adaptation policies in the countries of the Adriatic-Ionian region, goes on with a presentation from each country of the Adriatic-Ionian region. To that regard, I would like Mr. Mitya Bricelli to moderate the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. We are opening the second part of our today meeting, which is devoted to climate change adaptation policies in Adriatic-Ionian region. Now the speakers who are on the list will join us in a minute, one by one, and there are 9. And I would like also to announce then the next agenda item, EU-SER Youth Council. They are with us, the representatives. They are following carefully our discussion, and I would also like in this point also to invite the representative of the Youth Council, Milica, to join me here, to be with me, to really not just to demonstrate, to act together when we are chairing this meeting, and to, of course, do our best to demonstrate synergies and inter-generation cooperation. So with this, I am inviting Mr. Senat Oprašić, Ministry of the Foreign Trade and Economic Relation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, co-coordinator of TSG Pillar Protect Environmental Quality of Adriatic-Ionian Strategy. Senat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mitya. I hope you can hear me.
Very good. Very good.
Excellent. Thank you. I would like that you share a presentation that I prepared before the meeting and before this. So in that regard, I would like to thank Greece presidency for organization of this important workshop, which is really at this moment key for the climate change activities. Adaptation is really key issue in the climate changes, in that we have also, and mitigation. Mitigation is more for energy and transport sector, but for us, it's important that we adapt to these climate changes, tremendous climate changes. If it is possible, I would like to see my presentation on the screen. If it not, I don't know. So I would like also to thank Mitja Britsel to include Milica in this process and to be co-president, and it shows really intergeneration connection and give a strong message to all participants. I think we will, with this approach, we can succeed a lot. I cannot see the presentation. Is it possible that somebody share the presentation on the screen, and then I will start with the presentation. Thank you very much. I would also like, before the presentation, I would also like to thank our host, Eva, for excellent organization of the meeting. I'm sorry because I'm not with you in Greece, but I hope you will get some messages from me and from our sides. Thank you for the presentation. Of course, I'm still waiting to see my presentation. This is behind you, but not in my screen. Maybe we could start with the next slide. Yes, state of play in Bosnia and Herzegovina on climate change. Actually, we are very high decentralized countries. We have two entities. In one entity, we have 10 cantons. Also, we have a special area, District Brčko, and of course, state level. The entities have and the District Brčko has jurisdiction of the areas like environment, water management, agriculture, climate changes, and forestry, of course, and the other situation. That situation, activities in climate changes has reached consensus. Next slide, please. Extreme climate events in Bosnia and Herzegovina are becoming more frequent. You see the list of the years when we have a drought and also floods, in which the situation was very extremely bad in 2014 and 2024. Because of that, the NAP process began with a national consultation that engaged sector, ministerial and local government units via Association of Cities and Municipalities in both entities and District Brčko. Although NAP was officially launched, the process has not initiated immediately. It requires support to advance of national determined authorities and current understanding of how to move forward with the process that will build capacities and establish sustainable system for NAP process proposed in the documents. Next slide, please. Actually, in this slide, you can see some of the documents that was adopted in Bosnia and Herzegovina. What is important, we prepare NDC, and it was adopted by Council of Ministers. All of these documents was adopted by the Council of Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And also what is important in this is we prepare a national adaptation plan, which was finished in 2018, but was adopted only just in 2022. We include several sectors: agriculture, water sector, biodiversity and forestry, human health, housing and housing sector, and of course, tourism. National adaptation plan is actually the continuation of our climate change adaptation strategy and a low emission development strategy that was implemented, that was adopted in 2013. So in that strategy, we had a lot of measures, project proposals that reach about 30 billion euros, but now we are prepared national adaptation plan with feasible actually with feasible project in about 250 million euros. Also, we prepare fourth national communication biennial update report, which also include adaptation action and measures, and also now we are waiting to adopt environmental strategy with action plan 2022-2022, and first and second biannual report on transparency, and the fifth national communication towards FCC. Next slide, please.
Senate, just time is running, please.
Yes, this is the last slide. In the past period, actually, we had 55 persons died. Damage was more than 2 billion euros in 2014, and the cost and about 500,000 millions euros in 2020. 500 millions in 2024. Even we had that catastrophic situation, we failed in implementation of measures and proposals, and we defined in the documents in 2024. Why? Some reasons are lack of capacity, that means lack of staff, lack of funding, lack of equipment, lack of knowledge, and other. In that situation, we have been more measure-oriented and put the risk management in the priority. Of course, what we need in this situation is adaptation on climate change is 2.0, and we know everyone's what does it mean. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mitya. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Senate. It's extremely important to have such an, I would say, report from the Bosnia and Herzegovina as a country which is on the way, we believe, to EU. And this process of Adriatic-Ionian strategy, it's very important to enhance transboundary cooperation also with non-EU countries, and we are very proud that concrete projects are going on, and this is, I believe, one of the strong points of our sub-regional cooperation to really enhance on concrete way resilience, not just on the climate change, but even broader. Thank you for that, and we will come back on that. With this, I'm inviting the Mr. Željko Šimek, Ministry of Environmental Protection and Green Transition from Croatia. The floor is yours. 5 minutes.
Okay, I will share the screen. Wait. Can you see my screen? Can you see my presentation?
Not yet, actually. Technique. Yeah, oh, then it's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Željko Šimek. I'm coming from Republic of Croatia, from Ministry of Environment Protection and Green Transition. I will try to be fast. We can share our presentation with all the participants, so I will try to be quick. In Croatia, temperature is rising is rising very fast. Last year was 2.3 centigrade, above the reference period of 1850 to 900. The last 10 years in Croatia was the warmest in the last 140 years. We have adopted the climate change adaptation strategy in 2020, and a couple of days ago, our parliament adopted the new law of climate change and ozone layer protection, where it is obligated for all development documents that it should be in line with the adaptation strategy. They should undergo a climate proofing process. So they have to assess of exposure, sensitivity, vulnerability to climate change, make a risk assessment, and make determination of climate change adaptation measures. Also, in Croatia, we implement the climate proofing for all projects that is funded by EU funds. Also, in EA and SEA procedures is included climate change. During development of our national adaptation strategy, we assessed then the current situation. We made the modeling, vulnerability and impact assessment, and we identified 8 key sectors. Also, 2 horizontal sectors that are very important, that is spatial planning and disaster risk management. The vision of climate change adaptation strategy that is Republic of Croatia resilient to climate change. To achieve this, the adaptation strategy set the 3 goals: reducing the vulnerability of natural systems and society, increasing the ability to recover from effects of climate change, and exploiting the potential positive effects. Also, adaptation strategy determines priority measures and coordinate the actions through action plans and the monitoring on the impact of measures. Today, warming trends in Croatia is increasing. All projections according to climate model shows that warming trend will increase in the future even more. Also, in Croatia, we experience and expect frequent occurrence of hot days and heat waves, which will have consequently more negative impacts and effects. Also, agriculture and water management are the sectors that are the most at the risk, but also hydropower is also at risk. During our analysis, when we made the climate adaptation strategy, damages from extreme weather events is decreasing. So now we have in 10-year period increase of almost 280%. What are the challenges? Be faster, be better, and more systematic in adaptation. So we focused on three things: strengthening capacities for research and climate modeling, to increase knowledge and capacity for impact monitoring, and develop indicators for an implementation of climate change adaptation sector strategy for each of these 10 sectors. In last year, disaster risk assessment made for the Republic of Croatia, from 16 threats that were selected and analyzed, 10 of them are influenced by the climate change. So what we are doing in Republic of Croatia, we made an analysis of implementation of adaptation strategy. I hope that it will be soon finished. Also, we develop an action plan for priority measures, and we launch a project to establish a national center for climate change adaptation. This was 1 month ago. Also, we last month published a call for applied research on climate change adaptation measures. And in a few months, we will publish also the call for the establishment of
We lost the connection, technical problem. Can we get assistance?
network of climate officers. And on education, cooperate in the also we try to do it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are with you now. Yes, please continue.
Okay, I have another 2 or 3 slides for examples of good practices. In 2014, Pannonian Wood Competence Center in town of Virovitica, it is focused on green infrastructure and nature-based solutions, and also renewable energy sources. In 2013, one of the most famous projects is runabout in the city of Pula. This project is made for solving the problem of torrential floods, also as traffic jams, 2 in 1. And the newest one from this year is the repurposing of the old mill called Paromlin in Zagreb. It will be a city library and a socio-cultural center. It is focused on green infrastructure and nature-based solution, and also renewable energy. And this is the first 100% climate action project according to ABE methodology, and is calculated that 2.7% is related to climate change adaptations.
Thank you very much.
For your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Croatia. Just we discussed with the authority in the coffee break of the Adriatic-Ionian Council. Thank you much for the concrete cases, like roundabout Pula to, let's say, reduce negative impacts of the floods. This, what we need, is exactly to share cases which are implemented, to open the eyes and to stimulate, let's say, thinking of the others, what is possible and what exists already. With this, we will continue, and I'm running to the next, to invite to the next speaker. This is Fabiana Baffo, Director General for Sustainable Land and Water Management, Ministry of Environment and Energy Security, Italy. Please, the floor is yours. Oh, sorry, I made mistake. First is Greece. Ioana, the floor is for you. Ioana Tsalkadinau, Directorate of Climate Change and Air Quality, Ministry for Environment and Energy. We do have privilege to have Ioana in person, please.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I will just share with you the experience of Greece for adaptation to climate change. The projection, ο Christos Giannakopoulos have shown you a little bit on the work we are doing on the projection. So we are expecting an increase in the temperature, both mean, minimum, and maximum, decrease on the annual precipitation, but on the same time an increase in the intensity of the precipitation, to increase the extreme events intensity and frequency. This is about floods, storms, wildfires, and as well to have some changes in the parameters that having to do with the renewable energy production, and also to increase the sea level rise. All these changes in the climate parameters, they are going to have important impacts, mostly negative impacts in all the sectors. I just mentioned a few of them, like water scarcity, moving fauna and flora to higher elevation and latitudes, loss of habitat and species, increase in wildfires, erosion of shoreline, coastal flooding, loss of land, heat intensification of the heat island effect in cities, loss and damage of infrastructure, increase in the occurrence of infectious diseases, changes in the tourist season, damages on the cultural heritage. One is the study of the Bank of Greece of 2011 that actually was the basis for and the driver behind having our national strategy, estimated that the inaction scenario, which meaning no mitigation and no adaptation measure, it will cost us 700 billion, while when we have make some adaptation scenario, this cost is decreased significantly. Then our national adaptation framework was started take a shape first in the law in 2016, and now the national climate law came in 2022 to complement that initial framework. That includes a National Climate Change Adaptation Committee that brings together all the important stakeholders from all climate vulnerable sector, as well from regions, cities, industry, national science, and non-governmental organization. A strategy, our national climate change adaptation strategy, gives the objectives, the general framework for adaptation, at least measure for 15 very vulnerable sectors, while we are actually implementing action through 13 regional adaptation action plans and through mainstreaming adaptation in strategies and plans. In order to enhance the the policy and science interface, we have created a scientific committee for climate change, while in order to better monitor, evaluate, and improve our policies, we are trying to develop a national adaptation observatory and set up a national reporting system to come and complement the European and international ones. One important instrument for implementing our strategies, that is actually the driver behind the today event, it is the Life Adapting GR project. These projects are supporting us in implementing the strategies and their apps, as well to prepare their review and revision. It is an 8 years old an 8 years project. We are 19 co-beneficiaries, strategic key adaptation stakeholders for Greece, and the coordinator is the Ministry of Environment and Energy. Here, going through the 5 objectives of the strategy, you can see some of our good practices. In order to improve the decision making, we are trying to develop more and better information and data. In the initial presentation of Christos Giannakopoulos, you have seen some of the platforms that we have created, but also at the same time, we have an extensive program for capacity building in our 13 regions, so the people there to understand how to use this data and design project and plans. With regard to enhance and promote regional and local action planning. As we have already mentioned, we have the 13 regional adaptation action plans, while we are now having analysis of them to give feedback for their second cycle, while our region have 2 of our region also are parts of the EU adaptation mission. With regard to local level, again here we have 18 cities joining the adaptation mission, while 75 cities have signed the Covenant of Mayors of 2030, which is about the 30% of the Greek municipalities. Also there we are trying to support regional and local adaptation through some good practice example and providing open access to climate projections. With regard to mainstreaming adaptation to vulnerable sector and in general sectoral adaptation, we are trying to, a good example is that from national climate law, everybody needs to make an assessment of vulnerability of the project. We also having a lot of work now in this cycle of low risk and management plan to integrate adaptation. And we are also trying to integrate adaptation through having an analysis of the state of play for each sector. Here I will just have some provide a replicate good practice example. If you go during the break, you could see a poster with these pilots that you could ask us for more information. And also we are trying to develop a framework to monitor and assess adaptation and having awareness activities for the students, citizens, and the most climate vulnerable groups. The challenges is more about lack of data risk assessment, and we are trying now to create new, better database. And one of our future steps is that we are starting very soon the review and revision of our adaptation strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanna, for the presentation of national activities for and adaptation framework of Greece for the adaptation. First, I would like to congratulate you. Yesterday, we were somehow more informed about details. And today, this is really a great opportunity and pleasure to have such a framework here, to share it with you, and opportunity to contribute. This is maybe also one of good practice, how maybe to enhance cooperation, to develop concrete projects on local, national level. With this, we will come back, and thank you again for this message. With this, I am really now inviting Fabiana Baffo, Directorate General for Sustainable Land and Water Management, Ministry of Environment and Energy Security, Italy. Please, Fabiana, the floor is yours. Technical problem, I hope it's solving. Next on, then if I may go to the Montenegro, Radovan Sekulic, Head of Division of International Cooperation and EU Integration. Are you with us? We should establish connection. Yeah, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Thanks.
Just
thank you.
The
Nice
floor
to
is
see you all.
yours. Please.
Thank you very much. I will try to be as brief as I can. I see that the colleagues were better prepared. Let me just share my screen with you. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah. Go ahead,
Excellent.
please.
Thank you. Well, as you are all aware, Montenegro is a small country that makes about 0.009% of our global pollution part in the world, and it's as a small country is particularly exposed and vulnerable to climate hazards such as droughts, floods, forest fires, and heat waves. So climate projection shows that the frequency and intensity of these climate extremes will increase in the future. We have, however, shown progress in mitigating and adapting to climate change, and we continue with these efforts towards meeting the obligations under the UNFCCC. And in that regard, it is important to mention that the government of Montenegro has made significant progress in addressing these challenges with adoption of the fourth national report, first biannual transparency report in February 2025, and recently also 1 month ago we have updated nationally determined contribution for the period of 2030 and 2035 on levels of 55% emission reduction for 2030 and 65 emission reduction until 2035. And the ministry is finalizing the climate change adaptation plan for the period of 2035 that is expected to be adopted somewhere around the end of this quarter, maybe the beginning of the next quarter. This is probably the most, when it comes to these circumstances and these policies, this is by far the most important document that will be adopted along with National Energy and Climate Plan. So as you can see, the timeline starting from December, these are the legal framework bases, and we have come a long way. So we practically have transposed all of the acquis, and we are set for the implementation stage that will be a bit more difficult regarding the fact that we don't have the infrastructure and the financial needs to meet all of the activities that we are planning to do. But the Ministry of Ecology, Sustainable Development and Northern Regional Development is the key institution responsible for implementing and coordinating the climate change adaptation plan, of course, intersectorally with other ministries such as Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Tourism, and so on, agencies and other implementing partners and institutions. As I said before, there were a lot of course, priority sectors that need to be set for climate adaptation. These are the four mostly recognized. Those are the water, tourism, agriculture, and public health sectors. We are, of course, in continuous communication with these line ministries, and the process of that in the adaptation plan began with identifying these sectors that need urgent implementation of climate change adaptation measures. And for each sectors, there were developed detailed vulnerability assessments, capacity analysis, and gender aspects analysis to define the concrete adaptation measures. As you can see in the part of in the water sector, we intend to improve management of water resources, construct irrigation infrastructure, and enhance drinking water distribution systems, as well as with the reduction of losses in water in supplied networks. We will need to build better infrastructure in these parts, and of course, we will need financial support from our partners and of course from the government. These are no small undertakings. When it comes to tourism, we are planning to develop a more sustainable tourism that is resilient to climate change, to diversify tourist offers, to promote other kinds of tourism such as ecotourism, and of course to protect natural and cultural resources. In order to promote tourism, we have already proclaimed 5 protected areas, marine protected areas in the last 2 years, and we are continuing to do so. Of course, with the help of Ministry of Tourism, we will do even bigger tasks in the forthcoming period. When it comes to agriculture, this one is pretty much difficult. We also here need a substantive infrastructure building. We need to introduce the more resilient crops. We need to develop more bigger and better irrigation systems to improve land management and to reduce erosion. And of course, the public sector with early warning systems for climate hazards, strengthened health systems to respond to extreme weather that is affecting Montenegro. And of course, on a bigger scale, our tourism that is 1/4 of our GDP. Those are the things that we need to give the most attention to, as tourism is a key sector for Montenegrin economy. And of course, we are no longer in position to close the eye to these problems that we are facing globally, of course. The next slide. These are some of the water sector adaptational measures, same as I mentioned before, just restructured. The action plan envisages the construction of irrigation infrastructure and drinking water distribution systems. And this one is water resource management is critical for Montenegro's climate resilience. And the action plan recognizes that changes in precipitation patterns directly impact both urban water supplies and agricultural productivity, requiring comprehensive infrastructure improvements and ecosystem protection measures. When it comes to tourism, as I mentioned, these are the lines that we will follow: the promotion of ecotourism, protection of natural and cultural resources, flood protection measures. Some of the good practices that I can recall of is with the help of Italian partners in the river of Adaption. We have made bends to stop the erosion on the riverbed. Thank you all for that assistance in that part. And when it comes to public health responses, the development, as I said, of early warning systems and strengthened health system for extreme weather, infrastructure, of course, against pollution, monitoring of vector-borne diseases, and health-related illness prevention programs. These are no small tasks. We lack the knowledge. Of course, we need to undertake also that task. And then those are two, let's say, most interconnected sectors, tourism and public health. from the aspect of climate changes, and they need to both go through complementary measures that need to protect the economy against emerging climate-related health threats. We have seen with COVID and with recent things that are happening that we need to improve these.
Radovan, just
can you hear me?
Mind about the time it's out already.
Yeah. I'm almost done. So more or less, you have also seen the agricultural adaptation strategies, and we also aim to ensure food security while building resilience in these sectors that are vulnerable to climate impacts. We also use the comprehensive approaches that combine technology solutions with environmental practices and nature-based solutions. Those are the challenges that we are facing mostly. Those are the data management. We need to improve databases for decision-making on climate adaptation measures. We need resource mobilization. As I said, we lack substantial financial needs, and monitoring system, as we do not have yet established a system for monitoring and evaluating the effects of climate change. And we think that we can meet some needs through, of course, a combination of contributions through international cooperation that are for sure essential in these parts. The future plans are the execution of measures defined in this action plan. We have already set up some excellent energy efficient building and renewable energy projects that are ongoing in Montenegro, implemented by EcoFund in Montenegro, and we are continuing doing the capacity building. And we have some ongoing international projects such as EU4Green, Tratolo, CBIT, Adapt, PMI that are building capacity among civil servants through trainings and such. And future plans include those measures defined in the action plan. And that is about it. I hope I managed to cover all of the aspects of the presentation.
Thank you.
In such a short period. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Radovan. Thank you, Montenegro, for your contribution. We will try again with the Italy, if Fabiana Baffo is with us. Fabiana,
yes.
You are welcome.
I'm sorry for technical inconvenience I had before. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will share my presentation now. Eccola. Okay. Thank you very much. I will show you a brief overview of the main impacts in Italy. A general framework was approved along with the National Adaptation Plan in December 2023. The main risks in Italy are those shown in this slide. A reduction in quality and availability of water, alteration to the hydrological regime, soil degradation and the risk of erosion and desertification. And you can see all the impacts and that we face in Italy due to climate change. As regards national planning in Italy, the National Adaptation Plan was approved in December 2023 to implement our national adaptation strategy. The plan includes 4 systemic actions, especially to improve governance and capacity building. The first is the establishment of a national governance structure for adaptation. The second actions is the mainstreaming of adaptation into plans and programs at all governance levels. The third action is the definition of ways and means to implement the actions defined in the plan. And the fourth action is the improvement and systematization of knowledge on impacts, vulnerability, and risks in Italy through a research program. The National Adaptation Plan includes 4 annexes. The first 2 documents are methodological documents which aims to help regions and municipalities to elaborate their strategies and plans. The third document is a descriptive document on sectoral impacts and vulnerability. This annex will be updated through the research program action 4 of the defined in the plan. And the fourth annex is a database of possible actions, is a portfolio of sectoral actions described and included in the plan. Regarding best practices, I would like to mention the program on urban adaptation coordinated by the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security, launched in 2021, aiming at increasing the resilience of cities to the risks of climate change regarding heatwaves, extreme rainfall, and drought events. It's the first initiative of this kind in Italy and is dedicated to municipalities with population over 60,000 inhabitants. The projects are mainly green and blue measures, and implement mainly green and blue measures, and to a lesser extent grey actions, and also capacity building measures. Of the 103 targeted municipalities, approximately 80% participated in the call and were eligible for funding. So we are happy that almost all the municipalities participated to the program. As you can see in this slide, there is the numbers of projects. You can see that green and blue projects are the most. Finally, challenge for Italy. The first step, the first challenge is the governance, because with the coordinated actions, the coordinated actions is the first step to make planning and implement actions in an efficient way. So the first action of the plan is the institution of a national observatory for adaptation to climate change that will compose of a committee, a collegial body with coordinating function, a secretariat, a technical and administrative support structure, and a forum, an advisory body that will allow all stakeholders to participate to this process. The main task of the observatory will be, first of all, defining priorities for action, identifying specific source of funding and actors responsible for implementation. As said before, risk ownership is, to understand the risk ownership is most important to act in a speed way.
Fabiana,
And coordination and integration between. Sorry?
Time is up already. See if you can
Yes,
speed
I
up.
have finished.
Okay.
This is the first challenge for us, and all the actions will follow after this first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. I would like to thank you in the name of all. Thank you very much for this concrete case of the National Observatory for the Adaptation to Climate Change. We will come back to this. It's very concrete, very important. Maybe also inspiration for others. With this, I am pleased to continue with the next speaker. On the list, this is the North Macedonia representative, Ljubka Zajkov, Deputy Head of Water Department, Ministry of Environment and Physical Planning. Ljubka, the floor is yours.
Hello, Mitya. Can you hear me? It's okay? Regards from Skopje. Yes, actually, on this presentation, I will give more overview of the adaptation policy planning and implementation. I will share my presentation. It is okay?
It's okay. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I will give more overview on the policy planning and implementation in the country. Different than the previous speakers give more figure, I will explain what is the challenge in the country in the process of implementation of climate change scenario in the country and what is the steps, what will be taken. Yes, what kind of the documents what we already adopted in the country? This is the Energy Development Strategy 2040, the third biennial update report of the convention. Also hence the national determined contribution to the Paris Agreement. Long-term strategy on climate action 2050 and the action plan is also adopted. And the draft integrated energy and climate plan for the 2030, it's under the revision. What we already doing, it's the draft 5 years program for implementation of the energy and the draft law of climate action, what it's in the procedure of intersectoral and communication procedure in the country. What is our long-term vision of the country? Actually, what I would like to underline that the Republic of North Macedonia is by the 2050, it's a prosperous low-carbon economy following the sustainable and climate-resilient development pathways, enhancing comprehensive and promoting the social cohesion through the action in combined climate change and its impact. Regarding of the question, what are the particular priorities and concerns of our country with respect to the adaptation of resilience? Here I will underline that the two specific objectives on the long-term strategy refer to the build a solid system for the regular and periodical collection of the data for the production of and dissemination of scientific and technical knowledge, but also to increase the resilience of climate change impacts of key socio-economic sectors and ecosystems. What is the particular challenge for the implementation adaptation action in the country? There are two such major gaps and barriers can be identified. The first one is that the institutional framework, including intersectoral coordination mechanism, which requires a strengthening, and another one, it's a lack of solid system for the regular and periodical collection data required for the solid science-based decision-making on adaptation. Regarding of the question, what it's reflected of what are particular concerns and priority with regarding of assessing the progress of the global goal on adaptation, I will underline that activities regarding of support of the connecting of disaster risk reduction, climate change, and SDG 30 date gathering and analyze in order to achieve the sustainable process for climate resilience in the country, but also streamlining the transparent risk-informed reporting in the area relevant for the disaster risk reduction and SDGs already started in the Framework 1 project. Additionally, it's upgrade the multi-risk assessment platform with the climate change modules and is in NSH. What is the status of national climate policy planning adaptation? Here it's normal to underline and to say that so far the adaptation component was covered for the first, second, and for the third national communication on climate change and another sectoral strategy, what it's for the health, agriculture, and other sectors. Also, it's developed the fourth national communication climate change, including the nexus approach in the most vulnerable sector, has started. The long-term strategy on the climate action has separate adaptation component, and it's accompanied by the action plan with cover, measure, and aim to addressing the adaptation objectives, water resource management, agriculture, biodiversity, human health, socio-economic vulnerability, etc. Also, the draft law for climate action address adaptation, and the TR for the preparation of national adaptation plans is ready to be submitted to the Green Climate Fund for approval for financing. What is the highlight message of the country, for the region especially? According to the simulation, the North Macedonia will be faced in the future with a hotter and drier climate in the future. The amplitude of the change primarily will be related to the future concentration of the greenhouse gases associated with a hotter climate in the future. Increase in hot extremes and decrease in the cold extremes are expected. Even that the drier condition is expected on average of annual level, analysis reveals potential increase in daily extreme precipitation that will be introduced highest risk of flash floods. On the other hand, the expected decrease in the summer precipitation and extremes in duration of consequently dry days will increase the risk of droughts. And finally, due to the warmer climate in general, expected growing season length will be increased in average. What is the climate change adaptation planning? What is the short overview in the country related to the perspective national adaptation plan proposal? There is three outcomes. The first was adaptation planning governments and institutional coordination. It's important to be strengthened. Also, the evidence-based producing to the design adaptation solution for the maximum impact, and the private sector engagement in the adaptation catalysis. This is a very important part that we find additionally that in the proposal of outcomes and deliverables were based upon the gaps identified, and that there is the three gaps: the limited institutional coordination and technical capacity at the national, municipal, but also on the sectoral level to address the climate change through the adaptation. The another one is insufficient evidence based on the data studies and tools, and the lack of private sector engagement.
Ljubka, time is out. Just to finish as soon as possible, I'm asking.
Yes, this is the last slide. Thank you, Mitya. More broadly, this proposal will contribute to the advancing the North Macedonian national climate efforts, building the previous efforts and advancing the implementation of strategic documents, including the NDC long-term strategic and low climate action, but also the SDG and the Global Climate Fund country work program, as well as sectoral development and climate change plans and efforts. This is the already what I like to explain what is the status and what kind of the challenge the country already have in regard to the climate change scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, North Macedonia. Not anymore the new member of the Adriatic-Ionian strategy. You are now the full member for some time, and we are more than happy to cooperate in this exercise also in very near future on the way to Crete meeting to the forum of EUSR. Great messages, thank you for that, and we are looking forward to develop it in this process even more concrete into the projects. With this, I'm inviting San Marino, Dr. Loris Casali, Officer for Environment and Agriculture Resources Management, Department of Territory and Environment. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mitya. I hope you can hear me correctly. Just a quick second to share my screen.
Just go ahead.
There we go. You should be able to see the presentation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Dear colleagues, I would like first to extend the gratitude and appreciation of the government of San Marino to the Hellenic User Presidency, to the Hellenic government, to the region of Ionian Islands, and to the LIFE IP Adapting GR project for organizing this event and for giving us the chance to share our best practices for climate change adaptation with all of you. We strongly believe that sharing ideas and experiences on strategic climate change adaptation policies is of utmost importance. San Marino is a small-sized state covering about 61 square kilometers with a population of about 34,000 inhabitants. Despite its size, San Marino is facing all the complex issues that any...
Loris,
yes?
echo, maybe you can... Echo is very huge. Mic or echo is very huge from your room.
There's a lot of echo. Maybe if I can change the... microphone setting. One second. Does this work better?
Better, yes. Thank you.
Oh, very well. Here we go. Back to the presentation. As I was saying, it's a small state of about 34,000 inhabitants. Despite its size, San Marino is facing all the complex issues that any sovereign democratic state is currently tackling, starting from the territorial and social consequences of climate change up to the administrative and policy-making issues. The commitment of San Marino to the environment and climate change adaptation is further demonstrated by the many international agreements and conventions it has signed. Of particular note is the effort that San Marino is putting into reaching Agenda 2030's UN SDGs, which can be read about on the first voluntary national review published in 2021. San Marino faces several significant challenges related to climate change. Its hilly landscape, in particular, is highly susceptible to landslides, which pose life-threatening risks as well as serious economic concerns for local residents. Additionally, droughts are depleting freshwater resources, threatening biodiversity, agricultural production, and overall water security. The growing risk of wildfires further endangers the health and safety of the population, while jeopardizing natural habitats, leading to the loss of biodiversity at both the habitat and species levels. Finally, land degradation and desertification present serious concerns for farmers' livelihoods and food security, compounding the impact of climate change on the country. While San Marino's weight on the global CO2 emissions is minimal, nonetheless, it is taking concrete steps towards reducing its carbon footprint. And in order to better achieve this goal, modern legislation is required. In this context, multilateralism and cooperation between countries with capacity-building initiatives such as this one are pivotal instruments to help policymakers in imagining an effective and applicable national legislative future. We recently concluded negotiations aimed at signing an association agreement with the European Union. This process is proving to be an important and stimulating challenge that is helping San Marino in developing a modern legislative framework in all sectors, and it will surely prove a bolstering force in adapting to climate change. Despite our legislation being at times simple or dated, national laws protect all layers of the ecosystems. The protection applies to individual species all the way to the whole environment. The legislation acts by preserving wild species and their natural habitats, by avoiding the erosion of foods, by fostering the expansion of the existing habitats both naturally and artificially, and by adopting management plans specifically developed to optimize the coexistence of the natural and anthropic environment. Moreover, building plans that are expected to have an environmental impact are subject to specific authorizations that require monitoring and mitigation measures. The protection of the environment helps climate change adaptation through the reinforcement of the ecosystem's resilience, biodiversity, and services. As for land degradation, San Marino is strongly incentivizing the use of sustainable agricultural practices, with the most prominent being organic production. At the moment, around 29% of all arable land is certified as organic. In addition, San Marino incentivizes the construction and renovation of buildings with high energy efficiency. It also gives incentives for the construction of solar panels in order to increase the share of energy coming from renewable resources. On top of the legislative framework, the administration is also involved in many initiatives for climate change adaptation. To name a few examples, the Civil Protection Service has recently strengthened its activities thanks to the creation of a network of volunteers. Moreover, the service has participated in capacity building workshops related to crisis management. The Ministry of the Environment and Agriculture is promoting a project aimed at planting a tree for every newborn in the Republic, and this project is part of a wider effort aimed at increasing wooded areas. The Center for Environmental Research, with the collaboration of the Office for Environmental Resources Management, is leading concrete initiatives aimed at the recovery of species at risk of local extinction and at the recovery of freshwater habitats.
Loris, time is...
And that's all. Yes.
Perfect.
I would like to thank you all for listening to the presentation.
Thank you, Loris. It was very nice and pleasure to hear achievements of San Marino. The message is there is no scale, it's no matter. Climate change are everywhere, and thanks and good practice and case of San Marino is something what it's also very important that activities on each scale are essential to, let's say, for the future, for sustainable future. And thank you for this message and presented activities of San Marino. With this, we are moving to Serbia. Ana Repac, Head of Adaptation to Climate Change Unit, Ministry for Environmental Protection. The floor is yours, please.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Welcome. We hear you.
Yes. Can you see my presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Now, yeah, you are with us with presentation. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Sorry for the technical issues I'm experiencing because my camera is not working. So you cannot see me, but hopefully you can hear me. And hello, everyone. My name is Ana Repac. I am Head of Adaptation to Climate Change Unit. I come from Ministry of Environmental Protection from the Republic of Serbia. The core of my presentation will be on the adaptation to climate change policy in our country. And sorry, because I will be running through my presentation because of the very little time. But hopefully I will tell you the core issues in regard to adaptation to climate change in the Republic of Serbia. So this is in regard to climate change in general, climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. Slide, this is in regarding adaptation to climate change and how we developed our climate change adaptation program of the Republic of Serbia, that is for the period of 2023 to 2030. Republic of Serbia has adopted its climate change adaptation program in December 2023, together with the action plan for the period 2024-2026. the process that is constantly ongoing because the climate change is constantly changing. So we have a lot of science data also in our climate change adaptation program that is, we try to put it in the policy and the practice. We have the same principles on which the climate change adaptation program is based on in the Republic of Serbia, as same as in the adaptation to climate change strategy of the EU. So it's smart implementation of adaptation, systematic implementation of adaptation, and rapid implementation of adaptation. This is the program structure. I will not go too much in detail, but basically we have climate change analysis, basis for the adoption of the program. We have EU framework, international context, planning documents, etc. Vision, recommendation for adaptation. You see here the sectors that are included and program measures. So this is the legal basis. The climate change adaptation program was developed and based on a law on climate change that is adopted in 2021. And here you can see the process of the development, the working group, and etc., strategic impact assessment, etc. This is the climate change analysis. Basically, estimates show that the Republic of Serbia is warming more intensively and faster than the global average. So we are kind of a part of the climate change adaptation, climate change hotspot. While the observed increase of the global average temperature is 1.1 degrees Celsius, Serbia is already now at 1.8 degrees Celsius, and in the summer it's much over 2.6 degrees Celsius. At the same time, since 2000, the Republic of Serbia has faced several significant extreme climate and weather events that have caused significant material and financial losses, as well as the losses of human lives. The total minimum material damage caused by extreme climatic and weather events in the period 2000-2020 amounts over 6.8 billion euros. More than 70 of this amount are damages that losses and damages that were caused by drought and high temperatures due to climate change and extreme weather events. Another major cause is significant is losses due to flooding. So just 1 second. Yeah, the climate-related hazards that cause the most significant damages and losses in the Republic of Serbia and whose intensity and frequency are increasing include heat waves, increased precipitation, and drought. Other climate change hazards that manifest depending on the regional characteristic are floods, landslides, rockfalls, fires, etc. So vulnerability to climate change is exacerbated by air, water, and soil protection. One of the things I wanted to highlight in my presentation is that we have developed climate change, climate data atlas of the Republic of Serbia. We have it free in the website of our ministry, and on the Serbian and also on English. So we have developed this climate change data atlas to make everyone free of charge to have climate data. Climate data is available for the average of the Republic of Serbia on the national average, also for the administrative region, for the municipality, and for the location. So we have observed and projected climate data for more than 20 climate indices for various purposes.
Anna, time is up.
Okay. So this is, we have these sectors here, human health, agriculture, forestry, infrastructure, energy, urbanism, biodiversity. The vision of the program is that the Republic of Serbia is resilient to climate change. This is the specific objectives. of our program that are based on increasing knowledge, financial resources, also changing of the regulations and infrastructure. This is cross-cutting measures that are tackling also DRR and also methodology mechanism for monitoring drought, early warning systems. These are the measures of all the sectors. And this could be it. I wanted to just highlight that we have also that our government had in December 2024 adopted a regulation in regard to implementation to the adaptation program, but not only so the reports are not only going to be on implementation of adaptation measures, but also on climate change related hazards and their impacts, and the development of the policy documents in sectors that are most affected on climate change, and planning documents of autonomous province and local self-government. So we, our ministry, have received these reports by 15th of March. And this is one slide that is showing why are we putting so much efforts in adaptation to climate change in our country. These are the photos from my country, from the recent years, from floods and other droughts and other catastrophic events. So this is my content. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. We heard main messages and even proposals, early warning, health. This should be, let's say, in our mind, planning the activities to enhance resilience. With this, definitely will be in discussion. I hope also this place to come closer. And with last but not least, Slovenia, Cecil Mallenberg, Mediterranean Institute for Environmental Studies, Science and Research Center from Koper, Slovenia. The floor is yours.
Pop up very soon. Indeed, I'm a researcher at the Mediterranean Institute for Environmental Studies at the Science and Research Center in Koper in Slovenia.
Yes, we are with you. Please welcome. The floor is yours. We can see you. Seems.
You can see not my presentation.
Yes, we can see it now.
So here we go. Actually, I would like to talk about a European Union funded project, which is a SCORE project. This is about smart control of the climate resilience in European coastal cities. And that's why I'm also mostly talking about coastal area. Of course, in this project, two things are very important.
But just slides are not on so far. Yeah, now.
You cannot see this.
Now we can see partly, yes. Full screen maybe. Yeah. Great. Just continue.
Okay. Yes. One of the approaches over here is an social innovation approach is through living labs that we are basically addressing climate adaptation. And the other approach, which we are promoting over here, is to use nature-based solutions and actually much more the ecosystem-based adaptation approach that are actually the nature-based solutions which are much more focused on climate adaptation. This is an overview of the project. On the left, you see basically the challenges, the climate hazards and the impacts actually we are assessing. Then we go to the middle part, the ecosystem-based approaches, which we are suggesting. That could be anything from planting trees to promoting wetlands through a kind of social innovation kind of approach, which is the living lab methodology. And there are actually a lot of smart technologies and digital platforms which are supporting this whole project. The whole project includes 28 European partners and 10 coastal cities. These 10 coastal cities are running from Ireland to Spain to Italy to Turkey, and representing for Slovenia is actually Piran. At the coastal area which we're talking about in Slovenia, which is only 48 kilometers, we have many kind of climate hazards. Of course, we're talking about sea level rise, we are talking about coastal flooding, but we're also talking about storm surges, torrential rains, and actually coastal erosion, droughts and heat waves, etc., etc. But basically, along this 48 kilometers, actually every other kilometer has specific climate hazards facing the population and facing the natural environment. Here you can see also a picture of Piran. This is actually the focus of our area. Piran is on a peninsula, the historic town, and it has actually many it's a monumental area with many cultural heritage sites. This is basically the situation about flooding in general. So that's coastal flooding and actually also river flooding depicted over here. You see the municipality of Piran and the peninsula a little bit on the left. And there's a lot of low-lying area. And this is basically the situation in which also the national assessment is done. This is the combination of the areas which are most vulnerable to coastal flooding, and actually also a combination of coastal and land flooding. But we were actually interested much more in the center of Piran. This is the center of Piran, and depicted are here the pictures which clearly show the coastal flooding in combination with storm surges and torrential rains and the effects it has actually on this little tiny town. What we were actually interested in is, can we depict or come down to hotspots? And actually the ministry does register all kind of natural events, including coastal flooding events. And what you can see here is actually in the upper graph bar are the coastal events registered in Piran from 2005 till 2021. You can see, for example, that 2019 had a lot of coastal events registered. And in the downer bar graph, you can see the distribution of all these events throughout the year in the monthly event. And you can see actually that, for example, in November, there's a lot of coastal flooding events. And basically, that's basically the reason to say that we are talking about winter coastal flooding and storm surges over here. So these are basically the events registered over these 15 years. And what we were interested to do is that these are all registered by the Civil Protection Service, and this database, the SPIN database, as it is called, also has geolocations in there. So what we did, we went into the database and tried to analyze and to depict where these events were registered. And you see here two graphs. One graph, the red dots are actually before we did the validation of all the geo-reference kind of locations and sites. And after that, after we validated that, you can see that the white dots are representing the actual events on location. And from there on, we could also determine specific flood-prone zones. And this is the different kind of color coding which is indicated.
Cecile,
Eventually,
time is running up.
yes, I'm almost finished with this part. What you can see here, we also kind of linked this kind of number of events to the elevation in the town, and you can see that a lot of is below the 2.3 meter of elevation, and you can see that actually the purple areas are very frequently flooded, and this is basically a kind of reason to say and where there are hotspots, where there are interventions possible, and where there are also solutions made available. This is also what we did confirm with our experts, the ones which are actually reporting to their boss of the Civil Protection Service, and we had them in interviews, and this is basically also the drawings which which they presented and which are actually confirming the previous kind of mapping. And this is basically also the reason why we are doing this. Is a very time-consuming kind of effort, talking with experts on a local basis. But actually, it gives you a lot of specific kind of information about where there are hotspots, where there are interventions, and what solutions are actually possible. And this is not only supposed to be done for coastal flooding, as it was presented over here, but it can also be done for wildfires and erosion. And of course, it's not only available for Piran municipality, but it's also for the other 3 municipalities at the coastal area in Slovenia. I'm just saying that if you want to come up with a good strategy, you need to talk and you need to present and take time to talk with your local experts to get to a more specific kind of action, which is much more sustainable and is also guaranteed to have support from the community itself. That is my message for now.
Thank you for this very concrete last message. We will continue debate on a panel exactly with this, your last message. Thank you very much. It was very concrete, and thank you. With this, dear ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we got taste of diversity in Adriatic-Ionian region for the adaptation, and that we are on a good way to really speed up the process, but for that we need dialogues on many levels to be efficient. And exactly this is the point of our, let's say, short the follow-up. But first, of course, if it's not dialogue with the young generation, thinking on their needs and their future, then our, let's say, maybe actions are not efficient or maybe could not serve their needs. That's why they are with us, and to listen first them, to understand them and their needs. And with this, I'm more than happy to give the floor Milica, who is representing the Youth Council of the Adriatic-Ionian Strategy, pillar quality of the environment. And Milica, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear Mitya. I'm Milica Stankic, one of the representatives of the EUCER Council. It's a really big pleasure to be here in this place. And also, just okay. The next presentation, I would like also to include, actually present my colleagues who is in this pillar of from the EUCER Council is Antonia, Gerasimus, Leila, and me. Next, can you? Thank you so much. I would like to tell about our Youth Council, which is an independent advisory body representing the perspective of youth from the Adriatic-Ionian region. EUSER Council interacts with the EUSER Governing Board and the thematic steering groups in a consultative role. The youth representatives would voice opinions and recommendations to EUSER, GB, and TSG regarding EUSER topics, especially when dealing with youth teams. In return, the EUSER governance structures would provide their feedback and clear follow-up. Our council has been officially established as of October 2024. Can we have the next? Thank you so much. And is composed of 20 members, 2 members from each of the 10 countries of the EUSER participating countries, which include Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Greece, Italy, Montenegro, North Macedonia, San Marino, Serbia, and Slovenia. Our structure bodies include several types. Members of the EUSER Council, chair, secretary, awareness team, communication team, and we have 5 pillar groups. Obligation for members of our council are undergo training, actively participate in meetings and events, engage with youth and civil society, promote EUSER initiatives, and foster interregional cooperation. The role and the mission from us are to exchange advice and views to youth-related issues and policies relevant to the EUSER youth region. Sorry, next slide. Then provides information and opinions to EUSER structures, helping to shape strategies with a youth perspective and advising on the embedding of youth priorities in the EUSER action plan, contributes directly to the work of the EUSER presidency and governing board, and may participate in their meetings and those of the thematic steering groups when relevant. The next slide, if you can. Thank you. It actively supports youth-related project development, including identifying opportunities for fundraising and project increasing project visibility. Then EUSER Youth Council builds connection with other macro-regional strategies, with other youth councils to exchange good practice and foster synergies. Also, it provides a youth-focused link to the key EU policies, such as a cohesion, enlargement, and neighborhood policy at a level from local to transnational, and for the end, through social media and institutional engagement, the Council strengthened awareness of EUSER goals. Can you back because it will be next? Okay, thank you so much. Awareness to EUSER goals among youth and wider communication. The Adriatic-Ionian region is facing urgent environmental challenges, which is rising temperatures, coastal erosion, pollution, and some of the most alarming threats are forest fires and problems with water surfaces such as floods. These challenges call for a united and forward-looking response, and at the heart of this transformation must be youth engagement. Next, please. Thank you. As a platform that brings together passionate and proactive young people from across the region, the Council is not just a symbolic body, it's a driving force of change. Our involvement ensures that the voice of youth is not only heard, but actively included in shaping policies and strategies for a climate-resilient future. We are proud to inform the public that we, as a member of the Youth EUSER Council, moved from dialogue to the action. We have developed concrete proposal, and we are currently in the process of applying for a Youth for Climate Innovation project. This initiative, led by Pillar 3 group of the EUSER Youth Council, is focused on one of the region's most pressing problems, forest fires and water surfaces. The goal of the create practical community-based solutions for post-fire recovery and long-term forest management, protecting both biodiversity and the livelihood that depend on health ecosystem. But that's not only one action. I'm pleased to be able to to briefly present to you the future cooperation of the EU-Syriot Council with the International Sava River Basin Commission in joint solution to water issue in our region. Sava flag for tasking system have a great tools which help people to receive appropriate information in real time to avoid and be prepared for damages or extreme events. Can we go to the next slide? Youth engagement in environmental protection will go beyond activism. It will become systematic, practical, and educational. That's why we will advocate for environmental education, not only in the schools, but also at the universities. Young people across the Adriatic-Ionian region will be part of the solution, integrating environmental awarenesses, sustainable practices, and green innovation into their environmental. We will encourage the use of the digital platform and climate apps that will help track environmental data, support sustainable lifestyle choices, and foster community engagement. Furthermore, we will recognize the power of youth-led research, environmental hackathons, and local innovation labs as essential tools that will give young people the space to co-create practical solutions and influence policy from the bottom up. Next slide, please. Thank you. And at this critical moment, we ask you for support. The protection of the Adriatic-Ionian environmental must be shared as a priority. We need to foster health, safeguard biodiversity, and preserve clean and vibrant nature for the future generation. The youth of EUSIR are ready to lead, but we cannot do it alone. Let's shape a resilient, united, and green future together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Milica. We heard, I believe, clear vision and clear expectations. So we should build a partnership. Here is, I don't know, European Commission, European strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian, national governments, regional governments, and you. Not just the youth, the taxpayer. For what? For more sustainable and healthy future. And let's organize the dialogue. The taxpayer will get what they need for more sustainable future. They not just deserve it, they ask for it. Yeah? They're voters. Huh? Can we understand that? It's power. Thank you, Milica.
Thank you so much.
With this, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are on the end, almost. But let us, before the lunch, share a few minutes more, and I'm inviting Kistok Škerlić from the local community of Izola. You already somehow are familiar with the last presentation about the details of Slovenian, let's say, characteristics and vulnerability of the coast. And Istok is from this very concrete region, and he is very much familiar with the governance of the local communities, how to manage this and grab this issue. This is, in the next few minutes, we will share what we heard today, and of course try to do our best to propose the next steps together with you, to be more efficient, to accelerate our activities for climate change adaptation on shared shores. So with this, of course, you are very welcome to raise your hand with your ideas, with your proposals. We would like just, sorry? Patricia, sorry, Patricia, I forgot to invite you, UNEP MAP, as, of course, our regional framework. You know, I'm so excited with You know her presentation and message from the UNEP MAP coordination unit in Athens implementing Barcelona Convention with all Mediterranean countries where Adriatic-Ionian countries and Adriatic-Ionian strategy, it's very important part of this process. So thank you. Now I believe 1, 2, 3, 4. We are 4 now, it's okay. With this, yeah, I'm more than I stopped and where I'm inviting you here in the auditorium and online. Please react. We are more than open to hear your proposals after today very, I would say, fruitful morning. And thanks again to the Greek presidency and the Adriatic-Ionian Council that we are able to contribute and to enjoy this, let's say, and share this knowledge for the future steps. With this, I would invite all speakers here. First, to have, after all we heard today, an exchange, maybe to propose what is from their, let's say, point of view, the role which you represented, institutions, the most needed step forward to be more efficient. From UNEP MAP, what do you need to implement now the strategy for the adaptation to climate change to become more real, more efficient? And of course, what do you need, what do you expect to be better to deliver products to the locals, to the what and how expressed very nice the mayor or the head of the council, that application or the adaptation, it must be strategic, coordinated, and above all, immediately applicable, with specific plan, with project and action that reach the citizens. How?
Okay, thank you, Mitya. Well, I have one message that I think it's very relevant as Barcelona Convention, because as Barcelona Convention we do have the countries that develop the policies at regional and national level, and then they implement, so they have the measures. I think one of the key words that it was repeated by many colleagues today, it is stakeholders engagement at all levels and also exchange of best practices, and to be concrete with projects, initiative, and so forth. So in this perspective, both for the regional climate change adaptation framework and also for the Mediterranean strategy for sustainable development, I would like to mention two other flagship initiatives, to be very concrete, that we have, especially in the framework of a Mediterranean strategy for sustainable development, which are linked with climate change adaptation. One, in addition to the one that I've already mentioned, one, it is actually three. One, it is the Istanbul City Environmental Award, which is an award that is being given each 2 years in the framework of the COPs to the cities that are more environmentally sustainable, and it is very much linked to climate change adaptation of urban areas, and this is also something that we have heard from one of the speakers. One project, the project scope, it's very linked. And based on this best practice, because this is really a best practice, it was launched 10 years ago, and it is financed by the Republic of Turkey. We have now developed, in the framework of the updated Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development, a new flagship initiative which is called Mediterranean Zero Net Cities Network. So there we really need to create synergies and to work together, because there we will have a number of multi-level stakeholders contributing, because it's not only the local actors, it's not only the municipalities, citizens, youth have a role, a key role. The other flagship initiative, again, which is linked to the involvement of youth and a better dialogue with all the stakeholders, it is this initiative on youth in the Mediterranean, how the youth of the Mediterranean can have their voice heard, but by the contracting parties, by the Barcelona Convention system. So later on, I would like to liaise with the representative of the Youth Council in the youth area, so we can see how we can be synergetic. Voila, so this is from my side, the input. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Then it's to you, Milica, mentioning your generation, your role. Please continue.
Thank you so much for giving me the word. Well, our vision of this Youth Council is a big responsibility, but be grateful with a lot of opportunities, but also we would like not to be like just a structural body in theoretical way, but also to implement in practice what we planned for in the future, actually.
Thank you. And Istok? How is the question?
Yeah, but I will be more happy then that we also have some interaction and a little bit of questions, because then we can be also more concrete on the replying. Of course, we already said, and we will repeat again, what is the platform of Adriatic-Ionian region offering. So the exchange of best practice we have also in Isola in September, one of the most known coastal day and the Mediterranean strategy week. So there we will also somehow go further in this initiative or this event today, because we are aiming to present some best practice or existing practice in the Adriatic-Ionian region about some intervention, infrastructure, one of the most known, the Mose in Venice, and also hoping other from South Italy and also from Greece. We, of course, will be more than happy to host you and to present your intervention also in the mentioned project. And this can be our added value. We would like also, the real added value is also to have some dialogue with the people present here, asking us, and maybe we can help with our opinion or replying to the question. So I'm inviting again if somebody will be so brave.
Thank you. This is about next important and concrete event which is ahead of us for very concrete, let's say, actions with the projects to enhance resilience on local and transboundary level. This is something what it's about in Adriatic-Ionian strategy and in macro scale in regional strategy of and Mediterranean strategy for sustainable development. My, let's say, idea, or let's say, not mine, it's also very much of the organizer of this very important gathering here on Corfu, is to address all layers, as you saw today: European Union, European Commission, Regional Convention, UNEP map, and sub-regional process, European Adriatic-Ionian strategy, to benefit from those processes, and of course coordination units, let's say, if this is Brussels, and for the Barcelona Convention, Athens, we should benefit from those processes on local level. How is the question again? And our discussions and our, let's say, way forward thinking is that we should use exactly this momentum here, thanks to this gathering and discussions, on the way to Adriatic-Ionian Forum in Crete. in May to be even more concrete after these ideas here, your proposals to bring together the bodies of European Commission, let's say responsible for the coordination of the Adriatic-Ionian strategy, and the coordination unit of the Barcelona Convention to come to Crete to propose where we are and to invite the countries and local communities to express their, let's say, needs and expectations to get to get products from those processes for the local needs. This is something what I believe it's feasible, what we can offer, what we can even organize in these next days. This is one of the ideas. It's, let's say, innovative. It's you know what it's about? To leave the zone of comfort. Business as usual. This is something go beyond. Go towards the European programs, go European programs towards UN programs. Think about how this is feasible to implement on the local level, and bottom up, top down. This is what we are now addressing on very concrete way. And
yeah, if we can add also something in more on the local level, and what we notice also analyzing all the strategies at the very ground, let's say. With the rising of the sea level, one of the things or the homework which must be done by the local communities is the sewer system, so the dark water, let's say, the bad waters. It's one very important thing which is working with the normal sea level, but when the sea level is high, this will be very problematic in all the cities. And this is one of the first things that must be addressed by the local mayors and or regional mayors, how to deal with this, because then this can become an emergency, let's say, situation with diseases and all the things connected. And this is to anticipate, which I mentioned also, the Venice situation. It was also happening in Venice. One of the main points are when the Mose is elevated for a few days or maybe a week. Then the circulation of the water, it's very problematic, and we have to think how to solve this with the help of a technology, new solution based on the already knowledge and information gaining from the infrastructure which is already on the ground.
Thank you, Istok. This is one of very famous, everybody knows the Venice, everybody knows the history, unfortunately also the trends in the future and the cultural heritage, which is extreme of importance for the global, let's say, dimension. But to be a little bit more optimistic, now addressing the Adriatic-Ionian eastern part, let's say, this what happened, and this solution for the Venice is really very large system, very, let's say, expensive and technologically, of course, complicated, but of course it is here, thanks God. But nature-based solution or combined solution are much more affordable. It's low-hanging fruit. We should look and implement also this dimension. And thanks to eastern part of the Adriatic, the Neric countries are extremely, let's say, happy, could be, but this should be in the focus of the management, top down, because why it's the Neric so important? It's the the largest and the most richest underground water body of the fresh water. Not just for Adriatic, also very important for Mediterranean, because underground water from Adriatic sources coming via Otranto on the bottom till to Libya coast, coming up because of huge quantities of these really huge amounts of fresh water. So I'm talking about huge natural resources of the water in the Adriatic from Slovenia till Greece in this mountain range, where we should take care about for the management now with the nature-based solution to preserve this water in the time where we heard in the morning presentation process of the certification is going also to the northern part of Mediterranean, acidic processes and so on. Drought and forest fires and so on, it's here. And that's why it's this huge resource of underground water resources, something what we should, because all these underground water bodies is transboundary. We should take care, we should think about when we are planning the actions for adaptation. And it's, let's say, our maybe challenge and privilege to have this still very good quality and quantity of this water. This should be, I would say, the trigger when we are planning this to think, because other regions in Mediterranean are not so lucky. With this, I'm finishing this just to make us think together with the young generation. And as I'm repeating all this, what we heard and what we are now expressing, we will try to develop and to bring to you on the forum in Crete under the Greece presidency, and of course now, today, tomorrow, and in the next days, you are very welcome with your ideas to contribute, and we will do our best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can talk about this issue, this very crucial issue, for many, many hours. But the audience is a little tired now, and we have to have a break for our lunch. And we will be back at 2:20. Thank you so much.
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EU-SER. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. Όραμα και αποστολή της EU-SER είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EU-SER εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού, ενώ και ένας πέμπτος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EU-SER επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EU-SER, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την προεδρία της EUSER για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EUSER. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής.
And colours. We are vastness and intimacy. We are cheerful and sometimes loud. Green, slightly thorny, caring. Blue, ethereal and pure. Unique and yours. Exciting, sparkling and warm. Wild and tame all at once. Familiar and always not. We
την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων, τη δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο, τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adapt-in-GR αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή. Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. Οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση. Για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από μας. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς?
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EUSER. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. Όραμα και αποστολή της EUSER είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EUSER εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού, ενώ και ένας 5ος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EUSER επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EUSER, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την προεδρία της EUSER για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EUSER. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων. Τη δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο. Τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adaption αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή, Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. Οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από μας. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EU-SER. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. Όραμα και αποστολή της EU-SER είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EU-SER εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού, ενώ και ένας 5ος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EU-SER επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EU-SER, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την προεδρία της EU-SER για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EU-SER. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων. Η δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο. Τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adapt-in-GR αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή. Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. Οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση. Για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από εμάς. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς?
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EUSER. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. Όραμα και αποστολή της EUSER είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EUSER εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού. Ενώ και ένας 5ος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EUSER επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EUSER, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την προεδρία της EUSER για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EUSER. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων. Η δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο. Τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adaption αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή. Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. Οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση. Για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από μας. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EUSER. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. Όραμα και αποστολή της EUSER είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EUSER εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού, ενώ και ένας 5ος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EUSER επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EUSER, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την προεδρία της EUSER για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EUSER. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων, τη δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο, τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adaption αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή. Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. Οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση. Για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από μας. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς?
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EUSER. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. όραμα και αποστολή της EUSER είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EUSER εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού, ενώ και ένας 5ος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EUSER επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EUSER, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την Προεδρία της EUSER για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EUSER. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων. Τη δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο. Τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adaption αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για...
Let's continue our event with the next session regarding climate services and information for adaptation policy making. Please, the audience to come. Thank you. Moderator for this special session is Ms. Kati Mattern, expert for the European Climate Adaptation Platform at Climate Adapt at the European Environmental Agency. Thank you for coming here, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, is it on now? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session after the lunch break. Thank you very much to the Hellenistic presidency to invite me to share this session. This is a bit more technical than the previous one, which was more related to the policies at the transnational level and at the national levels. My name is Kati Mattern. As said before, I work at the European Environment Agency in the Climate Risk and Resilience Unit. And personally, I'm the coordinator of the European Climate Adaptation Platform, Climate Adapt. And now I ask my colleagues here in the plenary to introduce themselves.
My name is Michalis Vousdoukas. I'm a coastal oceanographer. I work for the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and I have been developing methods to assess the impacts of climate change in the coastal zone and the benefits from adaptation options.
Hi, from METU. I'm Christina Papadascalopoulou. I'm from Drax Environmental. It is an SME based in Greece, which is responsible for supporting regions and local authorities in the framework of the mission adaptation.
Thank you very much and welcome. I think we have a very nice group of people here. So one representative from science and one from a consultancy, and I come from the policy science interface at the European level. I'm the first one to have a presentation to give you some insight into how we can support adaptation in the Adriatic-Ionian region with knowledge. Thank you very much that you opened my presentation. I would like to briefly introduce Climate Adapt to you, the European Climate Adaptation Platform, in case you have not heard about it yet. It's a platform that is jointly managed by the European Commission and the European Environment Agency, the EEA, and its task is to provide knowledge for all steps of the adaptation policy cycle. It has specific target groups in which it orientates to develop the knowledge and the functionalities to benefit this intended target group, which are policymakers and experts and organizations supporting policymakers at the EU levels, at transnational, national and subnational and local levels in the EU. It has quite a wide outreach. It has 16,000 weekly visits on average and around 27,000 page views. It's constantly growing. And the good news is that Climate Adapt is not only available in English in its binding format. In the last years, we have undertaken a lot of effort to make it also available in national languages. We have already 5 languages, and until summer, we will complete publishing automatic translated versions of Climate Adapt in all languages, also including Greek and Croatian. And Climate Adapt is developed under multinational strategies. Climate Adapt is not here to replace knowledge that's much more fine and much more granular and much more targeted at national levels. We have already heard a lot about the Greek Adaptation Knowledge Hub. I don't want to repeat this. I'm very impressed of what they have already achieved in this short time, including also adaptation services presenting good practices. And we also heard a bit about the Italian policies and initiatives. And they also have a platform, which is the National Adaptation Platform in Italy. And they also have a lot of services from climate projections to adaptation policies and knowledge. But they're not that far advanced with good practices. They have just collected their projects in their database. And as we heard, they want to develop case studies. So Climate Adapt is here to complement this knowledge and also to help when it comes to transboundary questions, cross-border activities, and for the EU-level perspective. I said that Climate Adapt supports the full adaptation policy cycle with knowledge for all its steps. And I don't want to go here into each detail. I only want to make you aware. If you get started on adaptation, you find 3 different adaptation support tools, one at national level, one at the regional, which is our most recent one, and the urban adaptation support tool. When you further advance in understanding climate change, how this affects your region or your country or your municipality, you can look into our European Climate Data Explorer, and you can understand, see all the indices that are available there to find out what kind of impacts may occur and what kind of hazards. And if you want to see a summary of climate risks identified at the European level, you can find a page where the European Climate Risk Assessment is displayed and more of that. And the European Climate Data Explorer provides data up to the sub-national level. And when you move further into the solutions, what can we do? You can find our catalog of generic adaptation options that you can explore to find solutions that are known from science and which are robust and which we have collected in a catalog. If you move further, you find in implementing adaptation and you work possibly in a sector, we have also sectoral information for adaptation, and specifically for the health sector, which has been mentioned in almost all of the presentations today. We have specifically a sub-platform of Climate Adapt, the European Climate and Health Observatory, and it helps to understand what climate change means for health and what we can do to minimize the adverse effects of this and how we can prevent health damages. We also have a structured overview on adaptation policies for all European countries, which you can find in our country profiles. And last but not least, when you start to implement adaptation, using those adaptation options, for example, you find inspirational case studies of how those theoretical measures can be implemented locally or also in a governance setting. But before we dive a little bit deeper into those knowledge aspects, I would like to make you aware that you can look into on our homepage to news and events. You can stay up to date with what's happening at the EU levels. And if you sign up for our newsletter, you also get a summary each second month about what we promote, which key events and key news that you can find here. We are not only sharing news from EU level, but also from all countries for peer-to-peer learning, what others are doing. Still, when you want to get started, in particular in the Adriatic-Ionian region, you can go to our transnational pages. We have a page for each of the EU regions, and here you can find an overview of those regions. And in the Adriatic-Ionian page, you see the description of the policies that are related to adaptation, but also you find here all resources of our resource catalog that relate to this region. I come to this a bit later. So it's a pre-selected subset of our information that's relevant for your region. Also, still getting started, you can go to one of our sector pages where you'll find an overview about EU policies, what the EU is doing to improve the knowledge base for adaptation in the sector, the policy framework, and also funding information, and where the EU has undertaken other initiatives. And also key indicators, key case studies, and key resources for those sectors, such as coastal areas, for those that have been mentioned here as very relevant, like coastal, agriculture, water management, and so on. Still in the position of getting started, as I mentioned before, you can access the European Climate and Health Observatory with specific resources tailor-made for the sector. It's a very specialized and complete service, which I really recommend you to have a look at. And also, increasingly, health organizations in Europe are using this platform. when you also want to work on the subnational and local level, we have on Climate Adapt another sub-platform, which is called the EU Mission on Adaptation portal. And there you find support dedicated from the European Union, because they have started this mission. And there is a guidance on how to adapt to climate change. And also there is a dashboard where you find key indicators. And this is very much tailor-made to the needs of the local level. When you move forward in understanding the climate change that's happening in your region or subnational region or city, you can use the European Climate Data Explorer. This builds on the most relevant and most accurate and new data from the Copernicus Climate Change Services. But what we have done here, we are providing a dedicated interface which simplifies the tools that you can see here in the data, that you can access them in a more easier way without being a climate scientist. And you can see here that we are covering currently 6 sectors: health, agriculture, forestry, energy, tourism, and water and coastal. But also we have a long list of indicators, and we are always trying to enlarge this indicator list and also to improve the functionalities of this tool. If you click on one indice, for example, in this data set, you can select different options. You can select the scenario you want to look at, a high-end scenario, which was already mentioned by our Greek colleague from the Adaptive Greece Hub, Knowledge Hub. We can select a moderate scenario and then also select the spatial resolution you want to look at and you want to access the data. We have European zones, north, east, south, west. We have the transnational regions that I mentioned before, so we can also look at data specifically for the Adriatic-Ionian region. And you can also select the NUTS levels. We have from NUTS 0 for Europe data and for NUTS 2 for the subnational level data. And you can see time series and maps, and you can also download this data. I would like to mention the adaptation dashboard of the mission of adaptation that was developed for the mission and under the mission. And the European Climate Data Explorer with its data is supporting this dashboard. And here specifically for all the regions that are beneficiaries of the mission, but also for other regions, also including the West Balkans, you can see indicators for climate change, climate change impacts, exposure, vulnerability, and also for climate risks and for what you can do, what the region is doing already. And you see data that are complementary to national data, which are much more fine, and local data. And those indicators should inspire developing the urban adaptation plans. And they can be explored by regional or local authority. You can select this from the tabs. And their data are available at different solutions depending on the data source. And we are mostly using European data sources from EEA, JRC, Eurostat, and Copernicus. I show here just one example from the Crete region in Greece. And here you can see the data that is showing under one tab, for example, adaptation measures and policies. And here you can see that there are already some indicators which might be helpful for the plans in this sub-region of Greece. For example, urban tree cover is almost 42% of the area, and also there is the soil sealing, 1.2% of the area at NUTS level, and there are also the total number of good bathing areas is 176, and there's more of this data. But this dashboard and the European Climate Data Explorer include only climatic data, but we are publishing soon before the summer, another dashboard, a communication product, which is called the summer product. Extreme summer weather in a changing climate. Is Europe prepared? And in this dashboard, we will cover all we will provide data and maps and also key messages and lessons learned for the hazards of heat, floods, droughts, fires, and storms. And here we are also including socioeconomic data. So this provides a more complete picture of what we are facing and what can be done. And we also cover all aspects of what we need to do to identify the hazards, exposure impacts, recent events, and how vulnerable we are and what we can do. And this will also go to the NUTS 2 level of data. I would like to mention the European Climate Risk Assessment. Eleni Badram has talked about it this morning as well. So this was a very key knowledge component which has influenced the European policies, like setting up the European Climate Adaptation Plan. And on Climate Adapt you can find the report, but also some viewers, the UCRA Impact Driver viewer and the risk viewer. So you can also explore interactive data on this page. When you move further away from understanding the hazards and the risks and you would like to explore adaptation options that are known across the EU, we know that there are already a lot of solutions known in Greece and in Italy, but we also have the West Balkan countries here. You can explore a common set and a reference set of solutions on Climate Adapt. We have 58 generic solutions, and you can explore them by impact, or by sector, but you can also look at the type of measure you want to implement, gray measures, green measures, blue measures, to implement something on the ground, or also on governance measures, if you want to improve your governance setting for adaptation. And on the right side of each adaptation option, you'll find a list of case studies that have been collected to illustrate how those measures can be implemented. I'll come to this a bit later. I mentioned at the beginning that we have an entry page for the Adriatic-Ionian region on Climate Adapt, and I mentioned all resources available in the Climate Adapt resource catalog are displayed there. And for example, there were already 14 case studies for the Adriatic-Ionian region across several countries. There are, for example, 9 from Italy, 3 from Greece, 1 from Slovenia, and 1 from Macedonia. And they also cover all the sectors that have been mentioned today as being relevant, like biodiversity, agriculture, health, and coastal areas, but we also have case studies on the business and industry sector, and on tourism, and on forestry and urban. And I've just listed here 4 examples. For example, implementation of the Heat Health Action Plan of North Macedonia at the national level, as an example of a governance structure. And for example, something on to protect agriculture workers outside from Italy, but also a bilateral activity. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to go back. Sorry. There's another one from a combined activity from Greece and another country, and also one from Slovenia. So as you can see, there's a lot already available for your region. But if you want to also not start from scratch, but learn from others outside the Adriatic-Ionian region where they might already have other approaches where you can benefit from, you can also explore the case studies outside this region. And I'm just showing here some examples, like for example, the fire risk management at national levels in Sweden. They had extensive fires in 2023, and they started to improve their national setting to get better prepared for fire management. Maybe it's interesting for Greece and other countries of the West Balkan. There are also nature-based solutions being used to protect children from heat, or how to help people that are suffering from trauma after flooding. There are very, very many interesting case studies that might be inspirational for you here in the region. How can you explore the case studies? You can go to our case study explorer, and there you can search for the case studies by geographic location, by impacts addressed, by policy sectors, also by the measures applied, technical or gray or nature-based solutions, but also you can search by adaptation approaches. And this I would like to showcase a little bit, because I know that we are facing huge problems at local levels. There are not many resources. You need to really implement many things at the same time and combine your resources. And we have tried to dig out of our case studies which case studies are at the same time, beside adaptation, supporting environmental aspects, mitigation aspects, social aspects, economic aspects, which case studies are reporting on cost-benefit and maintenance costs of adaptation, which ones have already indicated their replicating or upscaling potential. So all this information is searchable by filters on Climate Adapt, but also we have summarized this in a briefing where you can find a synthesis of our lessons learned. Last but not least, I would like to make you aware of our country profiles. For all countries in Europe, except the West Balkans, which are not yet EU member countries, you can find a dashboard where you can compare policies at national levels that have been addressed to cope with climate change in a sector or at sub-national levels. And this is based on 2023 reporting of the member states under the governance regulation. And now there was another reporting obligation in 2025. And we are working on to make this information present on Climate Adapt before the summer. And you can find all this country-level information according to the policy cycle as well. So you can dig into it and start wherever you are in your policies. We cannot do this alone. At the European Environment Agency, we can only do it together. We are sharing news events. We invite you to share your news events as well. You can share your information if it's in English or has an English summary. And you can also share some knowledge in our resource catalog if it's available in English or with an English summary. So please feel free to contact us. And last but not least, you see all our contact information, which I'm sure will be provided to you also after this event. Thank you very much. I think any questions also we will take at the end.
Yes, thank you. So this presentation will be about the mission implementation platform for adaptation, the MIP4Adapt. This is part of the mission on adaptation to climate change. This mission is one of the 5 missions of the 5 EU missions. Its objective is to support at least 150 European regions and authorities, local authorities, towards climate resilience by 2030. And its goal is to support the implementation of the EU adaptation strategy, to better understand the climate risks that the regions face, to develop their pathways, and to test and implement innovative solutions for adaptation. In this mission adaptation, there are 311 signatories that have actually signed the mission on adaptation. So it is 294 EU regions and local authorities from the 25 EU member states and 17 regions from countries associated to Horizon Europe. So you can see the map of all the signatories, both regions and local authorities. And now about the mission implementation platform for adaptation. So this focuses on 3 pillars. Using the existing climate risk and vulnerability assessments to develop climate adaptation plans, then to develop and implement the climate adaptation plans for addressing these risks, and also stimulating stakeholder engagement and also citizen involvement for adaptation. What the MIP4 Adapt support offers. All regions and local authorities can receive the support that is provided by the MIP4 Adapt. So this is relevant to access to knowledge and data resources, to communications, to networking opportunities, to access to the relevant events and workshops on adaptation, as well as to the information on the solutions that are implemented by the mission signatories. The charter signatories, or those authorities that have signed the mission adaptation, receive some additional support, like the technical assistance that I will refer to later, and also they can participate in specific webinars and trainings and dialogues that I will also present later. So I will go through the mission portal that Kati introduced before, the climate, which is under the Climate Adapt platform of the EEA, and show you what information can be provided here. So to start with, under the mission, someone can see more information about the MIP4 Adapt and the technical assistance. What are the different types of the technical assistance provided? So first of all is the first type of technical assistance that is focused on using the available climate and vulnerability risk assessment that is from regional assessments, from national assessments, or even from EU level, and then to use also local data to do the vulnerability and risk assessment, and then select the appropriate adaptation measures for addressing these risks, evaluating them, and then implementing, developing and implementing adaptation plans. So this is the first and more significant type of technical assistance, because it forms the basis for the adaptation to come. Then another very important technical assistance that is very much appreciated by the authorities is the support on finance, where the regions and local authorities are supported to identify relevant climate adaptation projects, to also find relevant adaptation sources, funding sources, excuse me, and then to support them also in applying for funding for implementing these adaptation projects. Last but not least is the support for stakeholder and citizen engagement, where there are specific training seminars where the authorities select some tools that they want to be trained. These are stakeholder engagement tools, so that they can also apply them with the stakeholders and citizens for their involvement. And something that was recently added, it is the support to authorities and regions, not only the signatories, but not only the ones that have they have applied for the technical assistance. So this is more independent for implementing community-level events. So for citizen involvement and citizen engagement. How this works? So the regions and authorities that apply for this technical assistance, they have online meetings with member state facilitators of the mission. So there are different member state facilitators that speak at the same national language with the authorities, and they have these physical online meetings, where they where they tailor the support to the needs and challenges that the authorities face. The process for applying for the technical assistance is very simple. The regions just have to fill in a form. But the current phase that we are carrying out is at its end. So it is the first phase, which began in 2023. It ends at the almost end of 2025. So the regions are currently receiving support, but no new applications can be received. While there will be a second phase from 2026 and onwards. So the call will open for also new regions and authorities, not only those that have signed the charter so far. Here we can see the MIP4ADAPT team, which is coordinated by Ricardo. And then there are the different member state facilitators, including Draxis, which supports Greece and Cyprus. You can see here why it is 20 municipalities from Greece, but we cannot see them all. I don't know why. It is municipalities and regions. I don't know why we cannot see them, but the ones that you see, the 12, are the ones that are currently receiving support, and also there are 2 municipalities from Cyprus that receive support from us. And now to the other services provided by the Mission Implementation Platform. There is also here access to the Regional Adaptation Support Tool that also was presented before, and to the Adaptation Dashboard and the Climate Adapt database. So also the support is tailored to these 6 steps of the regional adaptation cycle. And here we can find some case studies, adaptation solutions, success stories that are specific from the mission adaptation and the signatories that are implementing solutions. So this is more specific than the ones presented before. And also there is material for stakeholder and citizen engagement. Here we can see someone interested could see the stories produced by these regions, and also can have access to guides that have been developed so far for funding and financing, for stakeholder engagement, and all relevant material that has been produced so far. And all it is open access. Can watch this mission adaptation series webinars. So to go on to the last one, it is the community of practice. The aim of which is to facilitate the exchange of knowledge and experience between charter signatories and to strengthen the coordination and collaboration among them. So participants to this community of practice are the charter signatories, friends of the mission, mission projects, national adaptation contact points, member state authorities and European institutions. And someone, if it is from such a type of participant, can sign up to this community of practice, where there are several benefits for exchanging experience, for creating alliances, and for participating in capacity building seminars. And here is this specific sub-platform, let's say, of the mission community of practice, where, again, we can find some more specific and more rich, I would say, compared to the mission platform. So I don't have it here. I'm sorry. But you can see there are events and trainings, so someone can see all the trainings that are available. And additional information on resources. And last but not least, the help desk, any inquiry, any information that someone would like to have can address the help desk of the MIP4Adapt, as well as me now that I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Here. So hello from me also. My presentation is going to be a bit different. So I work at the Joint Research Center, which is the in-house research institute of the European Commission. So we are doing research for policy support, and let's say that our clients are directly the DGs of the European Commission. I would like to say something to the colleagues behind. There is a constant noise that is very annoying, and it's very strong for the presenters here. So I work for a unit which is focused on economics of climate change, energy and transport. The GRC has in total almost 3,000 people that work in different topics. And I'm going to present work that we did in terms of assessing the impacts of climate change on the coastal zones and adaptation options. So when we are talking about climate change, first of all, when we are talking about coastal risks, we talk about erosion and flooding. And it's always the interplay of two factors. From the left side, we have the physical aspect here. So we have sea level rise, and you have heard it on the news. For example, here, what you see, I don't have a pointer, but okay. On the left side, you see how the seas has been increasing, the level of the seas has been increasing worldwide, and you can see that it's accelerating. And on the downside, on the bottom left side, you see the projections from models, and you can see that this accelerating trend is continuing during the century. And this is because of pure thermodynamic properties of water. Water, when you warm it up, it expands. And the higher the temperature, one additional degree of warming means more expansion. That's why you have this accelerating trend. So from the other side, we have the socioeconomic component. So the population of the planet, it was 1 billion in 1800. In 120 years, it doubled. It needed another 55 years to double again. And now it's 8 billions. And more than 50% of the European population lives 50 kilometers from the coast. And this is the case all over the world. And many of these people live in elevations that are below 10 meters, which are very exposed to rising sea levels. So at the JRC, we developed what we call LISCOAST, Large-Scale Coastal Assessment Tool, which is a combination of models and data sets and methods that we use to assess the impacts of climate change on the coast in Europe and worldwide. And there is also a repository, because the JRC has its own data repository, and where you can see the link there, you can access the data, and some of this data, they are also in Climate Adapt or in the EEA's repositories or in other repositories. Now, I'm going to present some of the key findings of the work that we did. So, for example, this is a study that we did in 2018, and it shows what is the frequency in the future of the event that now we expect it to happen once every 100 years. So imagine that, for example, I don't know if you remember the Xynthia storm in France, that 40 people died and it cost several billions of euros. This was like an event of, that should happen every 100 years. If you see green, it means that this event will happen every 10 years instead of 100 years. And if you see red, it means that it will happen every year. Left column is 2050, right column is 2100. On the horizontally, you see different climate change scenarios. But to cut a long story short, especially for the Mediterranean region, even by 250, under a scenario that we reduce greenhouse gas emissions, what we expect is that the event that should happen every 100 years, it will happen every 10 years. And by the end of the century, this big flood, which would be the flood of once in our lifetime, will happen every year, unless we take adaptive measures. This translates also in the expected annual damage and the expected annual number of people affected, which means how much coastal floods will cost every year or how many people will be affected every year. And for the present day, for the whole of Europe, this number is around 1.2 billion per year. And this is projected to increase by 10 or 100 times by the end of the century, depending on the scenario, on the emission scenario. What is quite interesting is that all the studies up to now, they show that we have been experiencing an increasing number of storms, of catastrophic events, and there are more damages from catastrophic events. But the economic damage and the people affected is not because we have more storms, that the climate has changed so fast. Until now, it was mostly because we are building in areas that are prone to flooding. And this is a worldwide trend. We have also done studies were global, and we have seen the same thing. But what we see, for example, in this figure, is that we see that this trend is reversing, and basically here you can see with the yellow bars, these are the economic losses as a percentage of the GDP if we assume only climate change and a static economy. This is what we get if we assume a static climate and only socioeconomic projections under different scenarios, and this is the combined. So you can see that what we see is that in the future, we will have more damages from coastal floods, but the reason is mostly because the physical conditions will change, not the socioeconomic, which is different to what we have seen until now. Now, this means that in general, we know that the climate is changing. It's going to affect different natural hazards. Here you see a list of different natural hazards. And there are colleagues in the JRC that are working on all these hazards. But one difference that we have in the coastal floods is that sea level rise acts like a magnifying factor. So, for example, right now, river floods the damage from river floods are around 0.04% of Europe's GDP, and they are projected to increase 2.5 times in the future. Coastal floods, right now, they are 4 times less important than river floods, but they are projected to increase 30 to 100 times and to become 0.29 to 0.86 of the GDP every year, which is like 3 to 8 times more important than river floods. This means that we have to adapt, and here we did a pan-European analysis of costs and benefits of coastal adaptation. So the colors here show that for every euro we invest in adaptation, what are the benefits? And if you see green, it means that we get around 3 times the benefits. If it's blue, we get 8 to 10 times the benefits. And you can see it's the benefits of our adaptations, they are almost everywhere in Europe. Basically, this means that if you look, because this is an analysis that is done at a resolution of 100 meters in all around Europe, it is economically beneficial to adapt wherever there is human development. If there is no human development, it's a natural environment, unless we consider other parameters like ecosystem services or whatever, the benefits of adaptation outweigh the cost by 50 times or more whenever there is human development. Just to go very quickly, we do also other work. So, for example, we have done analysis of how coastal erosion will change in Europe and worldwide. These are estimations of lost ecosystem services. We have seen that especially in macrotidal areas, like in the Mediterranean, where the width of the coastline of the sandy beach is not very big, 40%, almost half of the world's species could be extinct by the end of the century. But if we reduce greenhouse gas emissions and we apply climate policies, we can prevent 40% of this shoreline retreat. And at least 9 billion euros of ecosystem services will be lost by 2050 just from coastal erosion. We have done analysis also on the small island states, because small island states are, it's a very special case, because these are very small countries that isolated, that they don't contribute at all to the greenhouse gas emissions, but they are the ones that are receiving the more impacts, because they are also low-lying, and some of them, they even have to be abandoned. And we have seen that even if we commit to the Paris Agreement goals to keep the temperature below 1.5 degrees, there will be several of these islands that it will be quite difficult to sustain. At the same time, because the previous work I presented was about protection with, let's say, traditional hard solutions, we are also assessing how nature-based solutions could be applied to protect the coastline in a way that is more sustainable and also preserves ecosystems and sustainable lifestyles. And yes, I think this was my talk, and I'm happy to receive questions.
Thank you very much to my speakers here. Thanks to you for listening. I think that was a lot of information about what is available from EU levels in terms of knowledge, initiatives, services to support adaptation in the Adriatic-Ionian region, and also at national and local levels. And I think my big question to you is, before I ask my speakers here, before we come to the discussion, I would like to ask you if there are any clarification questions to those presentations. Was anything unclear before we discuss this? Also online, I cannot see you, but please help me to recognize if anyone has a burning question. Yes, please.
Thank you. No, more than a question is a repetition of what I said this morning, but I think it's good to say it again. That in the framework of the Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development, we have developed a new flagship initiative which is called Mediterranean Zero Net Cities Network. And this is based, making synergies. We have already cross-checked with the mission Climate Change and the colleagues in the DG Research and Development and so forth, DG Environment. So this is very much linked to the mission. This is very much linked to the climate change platform. And the idea, it is really to create an ad hoc network in the Mediterranean for Mediterranean cities in order to support each other, promote synergies, exchange best practice, and so forth on climate change adaptation. Voilà. So I wanted to mention it again because it is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was more a comment and an additional information than a clarification question. I don't see anyone, also I don't see anyone online who has a clarification question. Then I think we can start in discussing what this all means to us, what we have just presented. So I got the question from the organizers. Please inform all here in the room and online what is available, how can this help our colleagues to accelerate adaptation in this region. And maybe I give the first question to my panel member. Have you been in discussion with your beneficiaries? How did they reflect on this support? Was it helpful? Is something else needed before I ask the audience?
Yes, the beneficiaries really appreciated this service. It is free, I didn't mention this. They were not familiar with adaptation, so they were more familiar with climate change mitigation, what they can do to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, while for this, at least at first, they had to frequently organize this and understand that this is for adaptation, we do this for adaptation, we do this for mitigation. They were not familiar, but they very quickly got along with this process. They evolving through the steps, they progressing with the work done. And although there are many gaps, there are many difficulties, they don't have too much time to work on this. They want to invest, so it's not only the mayors or the high level of the staff, but also all employees that are involved in these teams want to go one step further and develop and implement adaptation plans. So I think this is very optimistic that we, with the appropriate support and tools and guidance, regions will also progress on this in the future.
Thank you very much. It was quite interesting to hear that a lot of capacity building is needed first and adaptation literacy to be able to uptake this information and to work with it. Is there any other feedback of the usability of those services that are here provided, of this knowledge? I think the EU level is the only one providing information to support a whole region from the top perspective. I'm really curious to hear if this matches your needs. Are you working with it? Oh, I see here already one question from our Greek colleague, I guess. Please, I come over to you with a microphone.
Yeah, clearly the Climate Adapt platform is a very useful tool for somebody to look at information, and is, as you said, is enriched with new information all the time. But I would like to ask, is there any, is the information uniform across the platform? So if somebody is looking across countries or across regions, is the information that is going to find spatially and temporally there uniform? So will he be able to perform a comparison across one European region to the other, or is this scattered information across regions that is, of course, useful info to start with, but does not make him able to make useful comparisons?
Are you talking about policy information or data?
Starting with the data first, because the data is the beginning, and then you can make the policy after having the data.
Okay. Maybe first, maybe I also give the word to my colleague here who is working with European data.
Well, of course, it's not easy to have all the data in all the formats and all the, but there is a lot of homogeneous data sets there. And also, Okay, one of the problems that is still work in progress. There are several hubs, data hubs, let's say, that you can find information, because it's not only the Climate Adapt, but it's also the JRC has its own data catalog. There is the JRC also has the Risks Data Hub, which is another another platform. But I think that if you look in all three, you will find quite a lot.
As far as I know, there are, as my colleague said, there are consistent data sets at EU levels, down to the NUTS2 level for several indices, climatic and also hazards. But for example, when it comes to policy information, we have all countries are reporting to the European Commission on what they are planning, what they are doing, how the implementation takes place, also as part of the ACAPs, so the, oh, sorry, I don't have the right term, of the plans according to the governance regulation. And there is a lot of disparity between what is reported and also the scenarios that different countries are using are not the same. So it's not easy to compare this all the time. And I think that's why also the EU is undertaking efforts in this European Climate Adaptation Plan, maybe to develop some standard climate scenarios that can be used by everyone, so to have some common understanding of what we talk about. So there's a lot of effort, but we don't have fully harmonized data sets. Do you want to complement anything? Please, can you help her to get to the microphone? Can you say maybe your name, that we know where the question comes from?
No, Ioana Curti from European Investment Bank Advisory, JASPERS. We are working with several countries on climate proofing of infrastructure. And what we've seen, at least in terms of data, most countries, they have similar climate data hubs like the ones that you presented. And usually they are data that they take from Copernicus and they downscale to national level. So in most cases, project beneficiaries, they use the data from the national hubs, national climate hubs. That's what at least we've seen in practice.
Thank you very much. That's very good news. It's more harmonized than we thought. Are there more comments or questions? I can imagine that this is there's always a lot of knowledge and there are overlapping platforms, as my colleague mentioned, the JRC risk data center, the EEA, Climate Adapt, and we try to provide all our information in a way that is most usable to users. We also try to enable knowledge sharing by providers, that we can enrich our common reference information set at the EU levels. But if you want to share any thoughts, I'm really listening, and my colleagues, to you, how we can make this better happen. Yes, please. You get the microphone.
Thank you very much for this very, very, I would say, useful debate. I'm just would like, because you are asking for, maybe draw your attention also that existing, let's say, uses or infrastructure is also an issue to think and to somehow redesign to help to be more, let's say, resistant. In this case, to prevent high waters or floods in shared river basins. For example, we do have transboundary experience with huge, let's say, damages due to unexpected high waters, what was the fact of the early warning systems, what were not, let's say, appropriate, whatever, or the process went different than expected in a meteorological situation. And this, the result was a huge, let's say, surprise for the operators of the hydropower chain on the international river. And this caused, let's say, a lot of problems downstream. And after all this, it was scientific approach, expert groups, and so on. And it was quite a good solution, which is now almost 10 years from now, re-established the regimes of operation of the hydropower plants in the chain. For example, when it's such an forecasting to, let's say, open the gates and to get more space for water and so on. And this is the case how it's possible to readjust existing systems to new situation, which is more dynamic, let's say, water cycle. You can be better prepared. And this is maybe good also to take as a measure which should be somehow addressed on systematic way, on transboundary national level, to be more, let's say, to enhance resilience, let's say. This is just as an idea. This is what I understand you're asking for.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this is a very important comment. The European Climate Risk Assessment, which I have mentioned, has highlighted that transboundary effects, cascading effects are a huge problem that we are facing now more in the future. And it also highlighted the need to take action, to take the ownership. And I think we have different actors here in the transnational setting. We have the river commissions for the River Rhine, for the river, we have many river commissions in Europe. We have mountain, we have conventions, and we have many different actors, and I think they all need to collaborate to work on those cascading and transboundary effects. And we have the task on Climate Adapt to address the risks identified in this European Climate Risk Assessment, to provide, for example, more adaptation options for those problems, and also more case studies. We have many national case studies, many local, but we don't have so many at transnational levels. And here we see a priority for us to help different actors to address faster and to collaborate better in this and to provide inspiration. Do you want to add something? No? But I think it's a very important task, and I think the transnational regions play a major role here in this setting between EU and with the EU developing the European Adaptation Plan with all those measures at the EU levels and then the national level. And I think you have a very important role here to play in supporting this collaboration and precautionary approaches. More comments or questions? I think we have time until 50. We have a lot of time. We were very fast. I don't know if I'm correct, but are there any questions online or comments? No. I think what we have not touched upon much is on measuring, reporting, tracking progress of adaptation and reporting and evaluating what works and what doesn't work. I forgot to mention in my own presentation that on Climate Adapt, we are also supporting the last step of adaptation with guidance for indicators, and also the EU will, let's say, speed up the work on that. But is there any need on your side or any activity for MRE? I'm looking also on my Greek colleague, because I think it's very important to track progress and to learn and collect lessons learned and to adjust our systems, because we do not know what will work in the future.
I think this is relevant. Yes, please.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Sorry that I interrupt you, but what I believe this is exactly very, very crucial point from my point of view you are touching now and addressing. The question is how to maybe educate the administration or the level which is responsible for what you are asking to, to monitor and to respond about this new, let's say, model of operation with, I don't know, infrastructure, you know. This is something what I think, at least in our country, it's somehow undermined that this knowledge is somewhere. No, it's not. This knowledge is maybe here, and of course some experts, but it's not institutionalized, or nobody educate for that. Mm-hmm. This is something what I believe is a gap to really monitor those, let's say, infrastructure for the adaptation and report about the efficiency of these installations or whatever infrastructure. This, from my point of view, it's very important gap. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the comment. I think at least what we can observe at EU and national levels and also in the program implementation activities of the European Commission, that we always try to implement monitoring, evaluation, and learning. It's a very important component. For example, we have a monitoring approach in the mission on adaptation. The mission beneficiaries are reporting on how successful this is. We know that the national governments are setting up indicators to report on the progress of their own adaptation plans and initiatives. So there's a lot going on, but I think it's a very complex topic, adaptation. It's not easy to find ideal indicators that you can also even aggregate from the local to the national and EU level. It's not easy. You can find some governance indicators to showcase if the governmental institutions are doing the right things in terms of policy frameworks, in terms of transferring the knowledge, in terms of learning. So there a lot can be done, but also it's each sector needs to identify suitable indicators to track progress. And what we are trying on Climate Adapt, for example, when we capture case studies, we always have an institution there which is implementing the measures, and we try to contact them and make them aware and contact them after some time and ask if the measures are still in place, if they have shown the intended effect, and if they're effective and if they continue to be run. This is what we try to do. It's not easy, but we try to provide up-to-date information, and that's what we are doing. So maybe you're also working on support for indicators, right, at the JRC?
Well, the challenge is that especially several regions that don't have the capacity to collect this information, and especially for coastal flooding, which is my expertise. Let's say that you build something, a structure to protect, but also the structure has to be monitored always for its maintenance status, and if it's not well maintained, it has a higher probability to fail. And there are not the resources to do this work. So there is a big disparity between North and South, that the North, when they do something, they also have the funding to monitor the lifeline of the project, and this is not the case in other regions.
Thank you. So you think that development still needs to take place to develop and raise the awareness that such frameworks are needed to monitor and report on activities. Yeah. I think it might also be needed to justify using taxpayers' money, right? So, yeah. Do you want to add something?
Yes. First, that for Greece, for example, we are currently, I mean, the regions that we're working with are currently in the phase of developing their adaptation plan, so they have not yet reached so much the implementation part and also the monitoring part, so it is something very new to them, the adaptation plans. And it is also very challenging and demanding to monitor if this is going to be carried out by the staff. This is something, an additional effort. Maybe here the remote sensing technologies can also play a part, but it is also, there are some relevant costs that maybe the authorities cannot pay always, so we cannot only rely on sensors. It has to be more nationally, I think, led, this type of network of sensors that could be linked also to the national observatories, the climate observatories. And one last thing that it is also a challenging task to understand what would be the case if the adaptation measure was not implemented. So it is not easy, it's not the same as the indicators of climate change mitigation, that it's straightforward. We reduced emissions by this amount. In the case of climate change, it is more tricky to measure the exact effect, and I understand what you are doing in JRC and what you showed before. You take account the cost of inaction, what would be, but the level of uncertainty, of course, increases if you don't know what is the actual case, if the climate is different.
Yeah, but okay, we also consider all the possible, let's say, the standard scenarios, the 5 third socioeconomic pathways, that starting from a very sustainable pathway that we keep the temperature below 1.5 degrees to the very extreme high emission scenario. So that way we can see what is the benefit of mitigation, and also if you adapt, also what are the benefits of adaptation. And we see that in all cases, for the coastal impacts at least, mitigation will prevent 50% of the damages. And for the coastal zone, 95% of the remaining damages can be avoided by adaptation.
Is it possible to do this assessment at a local level?
We do it at the NATS 3 level. So, I mean, for regions that they don't have such information, they could use our output. This is a first pass study at continental scale, but they could use it. But in general, since at the GRC we do multi-hazard work also for river floods, for heat waves, for droughts, for everything, what we see is that the south is the most impacted in all aspects. In water scarcity, in heat waves, in droughts, in coastal floods, and this is important to raise awareness because, okay, technically, let's say, we can live below sea level. I mean, the Netherlands, they have demonstrated that it's possible. But the Netherlands, they spend, let's say, 1% of their GDP every year on that. But if you calculate how much they spend for the length of coastline they have, and how much a country like Greece has to spend that has several tens of times more coastline, and much smaller GDP, and this is it becomes even more bleak for the small island states, which is you have a very
the benefit to cost ratio that you showed us before. You mean?
No, I'm talking about what is the amount, what is the level of investment as a percentage of the GDP to keep the expected annual damage at present day values. Because the thing is that, for example, the Dutch, they do it very well. but they have a constant effort, and they also manage to commercialize it because for them it's an expertise that they export, and it also brings income to the country because they sell this expertise worldwide. But the European South has to develop this to apply locally.
I think this is a very strong message, and you mentioned in one sentence this is accessible to municipalities at NUTS 3 level. Can you clarify this a bit? How
well,
this is accessible?
Our data, they are all accessible because we publish also in journals that we have to make the data public. But now we are finishing a project for DG Regio called Trace, where we provide multi-hazard assessment for all the regions, and these are all accessible. But there is the problem of the transfer of information also inside our organizations, the different institutions.
It is available through a hub or a platform, or through a report.
Exactly. That was also my question.
No. There are reports. There are data sets.
And in the hub, in the risk hub, or
yes. I mean. Now, especially this last project, we are finalizing now, so it's going to be out in a few months.
Thank you. I think there is one comment or question. Got a signal here?
Yeah, returning back to the cost for investment, we are just in Slovenia. We didn't have the strategy yet at the national level. So I'm now speaking like a Slovene, not a EUSER, okay? And but we made some scenarios and also some basic research and feasibility studies, and we were calculating also this, let's say, approximation of the cost benefit. And in I know what was thinking. We also know about Netherlands, and I'm coming from the country with a similar GDP. And first of all, we noticed that we have to, when you start to calculating, you have to decide which scenario of 3 possible you will take for the base, so the lowest rise to the highest rise. And then you will have to assess also at the local or national level which cities, part of nature are more important, less important, which will be kept, which will be also, because in some parts of Slovenia or in any country we can decide that we turn back this let's say, part of the cost to the nature, because this is also an economic calculation, because the safeguard of that cost will be costing an amount which is impossible to sustain. And this will be the hardest part of the debate, and that's why we also pointed out in our opinion the social dimension, the local dimension, the citizens' dimension of these things. And on the other hand, there will also be an option that just like in the past, we move away from the coast. We also have to take in consideration that the Nordic part and the parts which are living near the oceans, they are by default less close to the sea because they are aware what sea can do. In the Adriatic and Ionian part, we are very close to the sea. So we see today that I don't know the city so big like this, and also my city of Isola or Koper, it's not so close to the ocean in the open seas or in the oceans. And there will be also an option just to live one floor up and returning the ground level to the sea, or cement it, and so on. So this will be, of course, the debate in the future, and we also consider that we have around 100 years to prepare to this. So it's look very far, but when you put this dimension in the debate, and you start to calculating what will be each scenario and how it costs to maintain, I think that is enough time to start the debate tomorrow and finish it just in time to be prepared for that rise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a very long contribution. And I agree with you that we also need to be open for this solution, for the retreat. If it's not economically feasible, and we are already providing on our website, Climate Adapt, already case studies on managed retreat. So it's already done, and I think it's really time to think about that as well, beside other measures, because there was already yesterday, I think it was, one of the heads of the German reinsurance companies, Allianz, said it's no longer feasible to insure this, and no government will be able to back this up. So it will be a solution definitely for the far and also maybe more closer future. Thank you for making us aware.
Yeah, just to make a sentence of clarity, not just economically, but also socially. So we can decide to preserve something which is important for all of us, and we decide, but we will have to be prepared to pay this to maintain it. So it's not only the economic dimension, but also the social agreement that some piece of nature, some piece of UNESCO site or Natura 2000, it's so important that we are prepared to pay it, and like Netherlands, and we will do it. We'll do this for the next generation. So just to point out that it's not only economic but also social dimension, and because sometimes it's forgotten. That's why I would like to point out again. Sorry.
Thank you very much. You're fully right. The social dimension is very, very important. Not the question of our heritage, but also of the youth, as we have seen today. And also it's an intra-generational justice question. I want to make you aware that the EEA is publishing before summer also a big report on just adaptation. That might also be interesting for you to see what is available there as guidance, how to consider that. I think there is one last contribution here from the audience.
Yes, thank you. As it comes to the missions, could you please elaborate a little bit more on the citizens' engagement and the community-led initiatives, and in what terms can it be used in benefit of the youth? Thank you.
So I guess you are referring to the citizen in general, and how the youth can also participate there. So different, I would say, also stakeholder groups are identified by the regions, and I don't know if in practice, but if they participate, so they are usually asked, several and different parts of the society, societal groups are asked to participate in this. So depending on the level of involvement in each authority, in each city, they participate. So this is more tailored to what the cities decide to do. I don't have examples what would be the role of youth groups in that, but I think that through these engagement activities, they develop these roles and how they can interact with the other groups and affect and influence policy and implementation of adaptation. But I don't have an example.
Thank you very much. I think that was actually the last question, as I can see from our timer here. I think it was a very interesting insight into what's available from EU levels, from the EEA, from the JRC, from the Mission on Adaptation, and in complementary terms to national adaptation platforms. We heard about challenges that we may have in terms of the South being the most hit by climate change and multi-hazards. And we also heard about the awareness-raising need and capacity-building need. And I think all of this would help us to not to stop and wait, but to take action now, to do what we already know about sustainability and to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Extremely important discussion we had, and very, very informative. And as I said before, as long as we talk about it, the more deep we go and the more questions raise and we seek answers. Thank you so much. So we can all have a coffee and we come after, I don't know, 15 minutes? 15 minutes?
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων, η δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο, τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adaption αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή. Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. Οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση. Για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από μας. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EUSER. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. Όραμα και αποστολή της EUSER είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EUSER εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού, ενώ και ένας 5ος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EUSER επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EUSER, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την προεδρία της EUSER για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EUSER. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων. Η δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο. Τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adapt-in-GR αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή. Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. Οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση. Για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από μας. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς?
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική EUSER. Μια γέφυρα που ενώνει 10 λαούς ανάμεσα στην Αδριατική και το Ιόνιο σε μια κοινή πορεία. Μια διαδρομή προς την ανάπτυξη, την ευημερία και τη διασύνδεση. Όραμα και αποστολή της EU-SHARE είναι η ανάπτυξη, η απασχόληση και η ανταλλαγή τεχνογνωσίας και καλών πρακτικών μέσα από την αντιμετώπιση της κλιματικής αλλαγής, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, αλλά και τη δημιουργία ενός βιώσιμου μέλλοντος για τους πολίτες της μακροπεριφέρειας. Με την συμμετοχή 10 χωρών, στοχεύοντας πάντα στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ευημερία, την ανάπτυξη, την απασχόληση και την κοινωνική συνοχή, η στρατηγική EU-SHARE εκφράζεται μέσα από 4 πυλώνες: της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης, της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας, της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας και του βιώσιμου τουρισμού, ενώ και ένας 5ος πυλώνας της κοινωνικής ενσωμάτωσης πρόκειται να προσθεθεί. Η στρατηγική της EU-SHARE επικεντρώνεται σε ζητήματα κοινού ενδιαφέροντος των περιφερειών των χωρών της περιοχής, που στοχεύουν μέσα από τη συνεργασία τους στην βελτίωση της ανταγωνιστικότητας των επιχειρήσεων, στη διασύνδεση και στη μείωση των φυσικών και τεχνητών εμποδίων, στην προσβασιμότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή, στη δημιουργία και ενίσχυση των θέσεων εργασίας στη μακροπεριφέρεια, στην ανάδειξη του τουριστικού και πολιτιστικού προϊόντος των χωρών της EU-SHARE, αλλά και στην υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής που προωθεί την ενταξιακή πορεία και την ενσωμάτωση των Δυτικών Βαλκανίων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Η Ελλάδα από την 1η Ιουνίου 2024 έως την 31 Μαΐου 2025 αναλαμβάνει για δεύτερη φορά την προεδρία της EU-SHARE για την περιφέρεια Αδριατικής και Ιωνίου. Ο πρώτος πυλώνας της γαλάζιας ανάπτυξης στοχεύει στην προώθηση των γαλάζιων τεχνολογιών, στην ενίσχυση της αλληλείας και στην ανάπτυξη των θαλάσσιων υπηρεσιών και διακυβέρνησης. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας της διασύνδεσης της μακροπεριφέρειας αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση της θαλάσσιας ασφάλειας, τη δημιουργία ενός ανταγωνιστικού συστήματος μεταφορών με την ανάπτυξη αξιόπιστων δικτύων μεταφοράς για προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες και επιβάτες, ενώ στοχεύει και στην ανάπτυξη των ενεργειακών δικτύων στην περιοχή μέσω του υποπυλώνα της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος πυλώνας της περιβαλλοντικής ποιότητας επενδύει στην εξασφάλιση πρότυπων περιβαλλοντικών και οικολογικών προδιαγραφών, στην αποκατάσταση της βιοποικιλότητας και προστασία των οικοσυστημάτων και στη βελτίωση διαχείρισης συστημάτων λιμάτων. Ο τέταρτος πυλώνας του βιώσιμου τουρισμού αποσκοπεί στην διαφοροποίηση τουριστικών προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών, την ενίσχυση ποιότητας και καινοτομίας στον τουρισμό, τη βελτίωση της βιωσιμότητας και τη συνολικότερη αναβάθμιση του τουριστικού προϊόντος. EU-SHARE. Δημιουργούμε γέφυρες ανάπτυξης. Ενώνουμε πολιτισμούς.
Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή από ενδεχόμενος κίνδυνος και απειλή γίνεται μια επώδυνη εμπειρία της καθημερινότητάς μας. Μέσα σε λίγες δεκαετίες, η κλιματική αλλαγή μεταμορφώνεται ραγδαία σε κλιματική κρίση. Τώρα πια το καταλαβαίνουμε, γιατί το ζούμε. Στην Ελλάδα, το αποτύπωμα των επιπτώσεων είναι ήδη εδώ. Περισσότερες και πιο έντονες πυρκαγιές, σφοδρές βροχοπτώσεις και πλημμύρες, συχνότερα κύματα καύσωνα και περίοδοι ξηρασίας. Την ίδια στιγμή πλήττονται σταδιακά τα ευαίσθητα οικοσυστήματα και μια σειρά από παραγωγικές και οικονομικές δραστηριότητες. Σε ένα τέτοιο περιβάλλον, η Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Προσαρμογή στην Κλιματική Αλλαγή γίνεται πράξη μέσα από 13 περιφερειακά σχέδια που ενισχύουν την ικανότητα προσαρμογής της Ελλάδας, ικανοποιώντας 5 στόχους. Την πρόβλεψη και τον σχεδιασμό. Την παρακολούθηση δράσεων και πολιτικών προσαρμογής. Την αποτελεσματική θωράκιση ευάλωτων τομέων. Τη δράση σε περιφερειακό και τοπικό επίπεδο. Τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adaption αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις. Τέλος, την ευαισθητοποίηση της κοινωνίας. Το έργο Life IP Adaption αποτελεί το πιο σημαντικό έργο για την προσαρμογή της Ελλάδας στις επιπτώσεις της κλιματικής αλλαγής. Στην καρδιά του βρίσκεται ο συντονισμός και η διαχείριση δράσεων ενίσχυσης της εθνικής στρατηγικής. Να το πούμε πιο απλά. Προσαρμογή ίσον παίρνω τα μέτρα μου. Γίνομαι πιο ανθεκτικός στις αλλαγές που έρχονται. Αξιοποιώ τις ευκαιρίες που δημιουργούνται. Για παράδειγμα, λόγω της μείωσης των βροχοπτώσεων, το κλίμα θα γίνει χωρίς αμφιβολία ξηρότερο. Ορισμένες ποικιλίες αμπέλου, λοιπόν, που έχουν αυξημένες ανάγκες υγρασίας, θα έχουν πρόβλημα. Προσαρμογή, λοιπόν, εδώ σημαίνει αλλαγές, αναδιαρθρώσεις στις καλλιέργειες. Από την άλλη μεριά, οι ραγδαίες βροχοπτώσεις έχουν καταστροφικές συνέπειες σε έναν αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Εδώ, προσαρμογή σημαίνει έγκαιρα έργα προστασίας και διαφύλαξης. Οι τακτικές μετρήσεις της κοινής γνώμης δείχνουν τα επίπεδα ενημέρωσης, γνώσης και αντιλήψεων. Στην Ελλάδα φαίνεται ότι όλοι κατανοούμε γενικά πως η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι μια σοβαρή απειλή. Δυσκολευόμαστε όμως να καταλάβουμε το μέγεθος του προβλήματος και τι ακριβώς σημαίνει η προσαρμογή. Οι δράσεις κατάρτισης και επιμόρφωσης δημόσιας διοίκησης και επαγγελματικών φορέων, η ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των νέων αποτελούν ήδη τα πρώτα βήματα προσαρμογής. Οι άνθρωποι έχουμε μόνο έναν πλανήτη σαν τη Γη και μόνο μία χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα. Η προσαρμογή τώρα στην κλιματική αλλαγή είναι η παγκόσμια απάντηση. Για να μετριάσουμε τις επιπτώσεις από ό,τι ήδη έχει συμβεί, για να πάρουμε τα μέτρα μας με πρόβλεψη και γνώση για όσα το μέλλον εγκυμονεί. Είναι η ευθύνη της δικής μας αλλαγής. Οι 3 λέξεις για κάθε έναν από εμάς. Ενημερώσου, δράσε, προσαρμόσου. Το κλίμα αλλάζει. Εμείς?
Αδριατική και Ιόνιο. Μακροπεριφερειακή στρατηγική ΙΟΣΕΡ.
And we continue. We continue with the next session, the session 3. Who is going to pay for all this? Finance tools to support climate change adaptation in the Adriatic-Ionian region. I call Mrs. Matilde Konstantopoulou. She is the EUSER National Coordinator of Greece. She is at the General Secretariat of the National Strategic Reference Framework at the Ministry of National Economy and Finance of Greece. She will be the moderator of this very crucial session. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Hello. Good afternoon to everybody. I believe that it was a long day, very interesting one though, and I need you to bear with me for some more minutes because now we're entering an interesting session. As Eva said, I'm Matilde Konstantopoulou. I'm the National Coordinator from the Ministry of Economy and Finance for the European Strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region. And as a macro-regional strategy, it is well known that it is based on 3 no's. No new funds, no institutions, no new legislative framework. This means that somehow we have the framework with the strategy, we have the ideas, we have the vision, we have the mission. But do we have the funds to proceed and make true what we imagine, what we need to see implemented in our region? That's why we are here today. I see that Mr. Hart has joined me here. Hello, good afternoon. So I won't be lonely here up at the panel. Our other speakers are online, and allow me to start according to the program and invite my friend Barbara Di Piazza, who is the head of the Joint Secretariat of the Interreg IPA Adrian program. It's the program that actually matches the eligible area of the strategy, but also its priorities and its architecture matches the priorities of the strategy as well. And she is going to present this program and make the relevant links to our strategy. Barbara, if you are here with us, the floor is yours. Hello.
I'm now going to share my presentation. Okay. And indeed, we are, as a program, the main supporter of the macro-regional strategy, because this is also envisaged by the Interreg regulation, according to which at least 80% of the program contribution must go to support the goals. Okay, can you see it? Okay, so going to support the goals of the macro region. So as far as, just a moment, because I have a little problem with my laptop. Okay, so my presentation today would like to show you how we are contributing to the macro-regional goals related to climate change adaptation. As you will see, climate change is considered a sort of horizontal topic because it is present in the key topics related to the macro region, and now I'm going to illustrate you. In particular, I would like to show you the outcomes of the first call for proposal and the projects that we granted last year. We granted 67 projects for overall amount of 85.6 million euro Interreg contribution out of a total of 107.11, which is the overall budget devoted to projects under the three thematic priorities of the program that are innovation, environment, and non-urban transport. In particular, if you take a look here at this row with the arrow, you will see that we granted 14 projects dealing with climate change and disaster prevention, out of granting almost 17 million euro out of a total amount available allocated for this topic of roughly 24 million euro Interreg funds. In particular, if we go a little bit in depth into this analysis, you will see that we have already allocated quite a substantial amount of resources, meaning roughly 70% of the total funds available for this topic. And the 14 projects that we have granted involve more than 100 organizations in the Adriatic-Ionian area. To be more precise, 125, which is a huge number of partners involved in this topic. And if I can show you that this topic here, if you see this part of this slide, you can see how the partners involved, the financing partners involved, are evenly distributed in the Adriatic-Ionian program area. This is due to the fact that the program decided to give very strict eligibility rules regarding the proposals, the eligibility of the proposals to be submitted to us, according to which there should be at least a minimum number of ERDF and IPA project partners. In this way, we are able, first of all, to have a fair involvement of, let's say, experienced and less experienced partners, but also to evenly spread the involvement and the engagement of several institutions, as said before, all over the area. It is interesting this because if you take a look at this graph, you will see that apart from Italy, more or less the other countries are represented by the same number of involved partners. As far as the topics covered by the granted projects, you can see on the left of this slide the acronym of these projects. And if you are curious or interested in knowing more in depth, more into details, what they are currently implemented, I invite you to take a look at our program website, where at this link that you can see here, each project has its own dedicated web section, and where each project upload the relevant information regarding its implementation and its progress in the advancement of the activities. So these are 14 projects stretching from several topics, as you can see in this slide, from transnational civil protection system to marine pollution, the prevention of wildfire and floods, but also mitigating measures against the water scarcity and prevention, and even the use of artificial intelligence for monitoring system. So you can see that there is a sort of combination with regard to the mitigating measures related to climate change, as well as solutions in order to reduce the man-made and natural disaster and hazards. If we now do an additional exercise, since the climate change is a sort of cross-cutting topic, we have done a different exercise in order to attribute these 14 granted projects to the main topics of USAIR, where these granted projects can be framed. In particular, these projects can effectively contribute to the two topics of Pillar 3, namely the marine and coastal environment and the transnational terrestrial habitat and biodiversity. You can see here that the projects, one of them, AI Nature, which is the project which intends to use the artificial intelligence to mitigate climate change, is present and contribute to both the two predefined topics. So that's the reason why I was mentioning before 14 topics, but now they are listed 15. This is an interesting slide because you can see how the program effectively contributes through these specific activities to two key topics of the macro-regional strategy, namely the activity under the topic 3.1, the actions, related to the reduction of pollution of the sea and inland resources, and the remaining 12 are contributing to the improvement of interaction between anthropic and natural ecosystem and habitats. In addition to that, one of our projects, which is ASAP, also contribute to one of the macro-regional flagship, namely the one under the Pillar 3 again, which is related to the development and implementation of the Adriatic-Ionian sub-regional oil spill and contingency plan. With this presentation, what is the key message that we as a program would like to send you? Is that the effectiveness of the Adriatic-Ionian, IPA Adriatic-Ionian program in supporting the macro region. And also, as Mrs. Matilde said before, also the contribution of the program to the mission and the goals of the macro region as such. And also through the bottom-up approach, according to which the projects are based, the interest of this topic all over the area, and also this exercise also highlights the relevant bodies, organizations in all the countries interested in this specific topic, and therefore potential new and additional stakeholders for future activities. In addition to that, we would like also to take the opportunity to inform you about the next step of the program in relation to future activities that can be granted in relation to climate change. In one of the previous slides, we mentioned that there are still resources, although limited, in order to support additional projects in this framework. And therefore, we think that we thought it would have been a good opportunity to take advantage and profit from this kind of invitation to illustrate our next call for proposal that will be launched next week, and to invite you, if you are interested, in our launch event that will take place at the end of the month, on the 29th of April 2025 in Bologna, and it will then be followed by another event along with the USAIR Forum on the 6th of May in Crete. What are we going to support? So these are the information that I can unveil now. And then next week you will get all the full information available on our website. First of all, this second and last call for proposal will be aimed at allocating all the remaining financial resources that are not that much. And therefore, you should be really careful and having on your desk a very good project proposals, because competition will be very high. Even if the project proposals will be open to all the priority axes, and the specific objective dealing with climate change is under our priority number 2, not all specific objectives and not all indicative actions will be opened. Therefore, we invite you already now to take a look at our pre-announcement that is available on our website, to take a look on whether the eligible indicative actions match with your project ideas, and whether then you have already some good proposals that, according to you, is worth to be submitted. Being the very last call of the program, we have been asked by our monitoring committee to also imagine specific activities aimed at spreading knowledge and good governance, in particular towards the in future enlargement countries, as well as the area in the ERDF regions suffering from lagging behind. So there will be some novelties, some compulsory new activities that each projects have to include in their project proposal. Others are optional, but the fil rouge and what has to be taken into account is that the thematic key goal of the project must be accompanied by transfer, even stronger than in the first call, transfer of know-how and expertise. I mentioned before that there will be two official events organized by the program. The first one in Bologna and the second one at the USEA Forum. They are different events. The first one in Bologna will last 1 day, and it will be characterized by a very technical approach, meaning that there will be the opportunity to listen to presentations offered by the Joint Secretariat, and in the afternoon there will be also thematic session per specific objectives, as well as the possibility of implementing networking activities with the participants. The event at the USEA Forum is shorter, definitely, compared to the Bologna one. It will last only 2 hours. It will be more linked, let's say, to the contribution that in general the program offers to the macro region. And the presentation of the call will be, as you can understand, reduced. We also understand that the audience will be a little different, but still, all the necessary and relevant information will be also provided on that occasion. It is already available and functioning, our online platform for the partner search. You can already start looking for partners or taking a look at the project ideas that have been already posted. And this is already a good way to, in case you are interested in joining our call, to look around and see potential interested partners in case you are looking for some of them. This is from my side. I would like to thank you for the opportunity that you gave me, and I'm happy then to see you and host you in Bologna for our next event. Many thanks.
Thank you, Barbara. And thank you for mentioning also the forum in Crete, where we will have a session, as you mentioned, on the second call of the IPA Adrian program, the second and last call. Well, allow me now to move forward from an Interreg program, where it's more or less to all that deal with projects co-financed by European funds. It's more easily understandable how it functions when it deals with cooperation between different regions from different countries, and Adrian is one of these programs. Allow me to move to a national program and have some input from this program and how what it deals with and how it contributes to climate change adaptation, but also how it envisages its contribution to the EU SARE strategy. Along with us, we have 2 colleagues from the Managing Authority of the programs Environment and Climate Change and Civil Protection from the Ministry of Economy and Finance. Nikos Mamalougas, the head of the Managing Authority, is here with us online, and his contribution will be also covered and complemented by Konstantina Kolokotroni, head of Unit 1 of the same Managing Authority. Nikos, I can see you're connected. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. all.
Okay, we can hear you as well.
Okay.
So
okay.
please, the floor is yours.
I put on my presentation. Okay. Thank you very much for the kind invitation of this workshop. It's very interesting. It's very crucial for this period we are now. Our program, it's the greatest program in Greece in all of the other sectoral programs. And this program is approved 2022. And the total budget of the program is 3.6 billion euros. The main approach and the main intervention of this program is for policy objective 2, is a green and low carbon transition towards a net zero carbon economy. And the crucial of this program is the green and the blue investment and the climate change mitigation and adaptation. The program of PECA, this is the call of the program, is structured in nine priority axes. The priority axis 2, it refers to the climate change adaptation and is dedicated to the specific objective, I changed the... Okay, and the specific objective 2.4, and this objective is to promoting climate change adaptation, disaster risk prevention, and taking into account in generally ecosystem-based approaches. The total budget of this priority axis 2 is about 440,000 euros. And it's a great percentage in the total of the program of PECA program. The priority to climate change adaptation intervention fields is the 058 adaptation to climate change is about floods and landslides. The 059 is adaptation to climate change measures is about fires. And the 060 adaptation is about storms and other actions. All these actions, including awareness, civil protection, and disaster management systems, infrastructures, and ecosystem-based approaches. I analyze now the first intervention field is the 058, is about floods and landslides. And the representative and specific project in this intervention action and other actions is, and the scope is the completion of the first revision of the flood risk management plans. Already in our PECA, we funded this management plans, and we think it's estimated to fulfill this in the end of 2025. We funded the implementation of a program for assessment of monitoring of risk management plans for and safety standards of dams in operation of 20 years. This action is about 25 million euros, and this is an initiative from the Ministry of Infrastructure, and especially in the direction of Infrastructure Ministry of D19 is a directorate which is responsible for these actions. We funding the development of flood protection measures about natural solution in Thessaly. The Thessaly, you know, after the recently Daniel storm is a flooding event in 2023. And he has many needs about the constructed works for adaptation. And here in Daniel works that accommodate this program. we funding small hydronomic works. We analyze this after in the next diagram. This is the budget of this action in Daniel is about 90 million euros, and the special and the responsible authorities is the region forest management departments. Also, we funding the completion of flood defense infrastructures for the last programming period. It's a phased project. It also transfer projects in area with high risk flooding natural disaster events. You know about the last very extra disaster event in Evia, also disaster event in Attica, in Western Attica, and in other places in Greece like the Evros place in the northeast of Greece. And last but not least, we have the construction, funding the construction of new flood defense infrastructures in areas with high risk, as the extreme natural disaster in Evia and Western Attica, especially Western Attica, and the recent fires. It's about 260 million euros. In this point, I have to mention that all this budget for this action is the budget of available funds for the program approved in 2022, but we have the availability to overbook this program to extend the physical object of this infrastructure, so it will cover many places in Greece and also the macro Adriatic-Ionian Union. I analyze some examples of the projects we funded with this program. A very special project is the National Disaster Risk Management Plans. This is a priority measures, early warning systems and emergency systems. This is implemented through dam stability or monitored development of methodology of structural assessment of dams. The dams is not big dams, is low-scale dams, and especially this dams implemented in the mountain areas. This project is responsible, as I said before, the D19 Directorate of Ministry of Infrastructure is about 135 dams, and this region is an effort for this example to have fulfilled a file from the inspectors who are responsible for this, the checking of the erosion or checking the situation of the dams as they built before, and propose measures to tackle all these problems. Another example is, as I say, on Thessaly. For more analysis, this plan is implemented in the Thessaly region, and the main actions must be implemented with this project. This projects which contribute to the prevention of surface erosion, to increase the water retention and infiltration in the soil, and etc. Other actions. Geotechnical projects, slope scrapping, drainage, and other stone structures. It's small actions to prevent the next disaster who may be to happen in this in this area. Open type of structures and construction for dry detention ponds for interception of flooding, especially in mountainous catchments, as I said before. All the above-mounted hydrology projects implementing as priority of the mountain streams beds to manage the upstream and downstream to these actions. Methods and materials are also natural environment, according to the NBG, according to the national-based solutions. Another example is the flood protection infrastructure after the disaster events, Heavy Island and Western Attica. We funded the constructions of 4 new flood protection projects. This is a great project, comes from the next program, the recent programming period, 2014. It's a project of 10 anti-flood protecting systems and funding with a model with PECA and the EIB of the European Bank. This project includes the Lutraki-Perachora project in municipality of the municipality. It's the Lasiti Crete and the Atrakia. It's a great project, comes as a phase from the programming period of 2014. It's about 124 million euros, and the total length of the flood works in the banks of river, also in the lakes, is about 55 kilometers, and the people, residents and tourists, who has the benefit of the protection projects, about 3,400 people. Also, we have in the other flood, the other disaster event, comes on September 2023 in the Tefki and Artemisio. We have also flood protection systems in a huge forest. This is flood protection systems comes of a need from a fire in a huge forest. That forest took place in North Evia, and this is disaster, and I think it's the most big disaster in Greece, according to the last 10 years. I don't think that we analyze more. You have by Excel to see about other similar projects like flood protection in Madoudi or diversion works of SAP4. It's a big flood protection project in Attica. It's in the habitat area of Marousi. It's in the city. It's a very complicated and very difficult system, very difficult project. And this covers about 6 kilometers of the flood works. And the benefit of this flood project is about 70,000 people in the city of Marousi, in the city of Athens. Then also the other intervention field is the 059. It's about the fires. It's about the projects that are needed after fire disaster events. This is the completion of these systems is focused in a monitoring system in forest and forest areas, especially in the areas of Natura 2000. This is the phase B It's a phasing project, about 7 million euros. And also we have another action of for destructive forest fire events. It's about the events of fire events disaster in 2021 and 2022 in Attica, and this is about 6 million euros. An example very interesting, it is a great initiative which includes the preparation of an expert study in areas affected by fire in Mati Kineta in Attica. You know about the fire in Mati it was a disaster. And after this fire, we have we have problem in the soil and maybe have a problem in the water on the other infrastructure. So we get an initiative, a grant initiative from the beneficiary to prepare an expert study to highlighting the existence and percentage, that this is critical, the percentage of existence of restoration of heavy metals, of asbestos, or other metals, or other polluters in the soil and the water and the constructions. This project covers the place of Mati and Kineta in Attica. And the main concerns of this project is risk management action plans in the fire-affected areas with aim, this is, I said before, identify the presence and extent of pollution by heavy metal trace elements in soil water, as well as asbestos in constructions, which may lead through the respective exposure pathways, pollutant pathways. And then to the ecosystem. The results of this investigation have, it's a great study, it's a big study. You can ask if you want to see all the results and all the results of this study, who help us to take measures after to construct or reconstruct the infrastructure or contaminated, go to the contaminated of the soil. This is a project, a pilot project, which is funding in the next programming period 2001-2072. The other example is...
Nico, you have just 1 minute left, please.
Yes. The third intervention code, intervention field is 060. It's about the Russian of coastal zone. I heard before the colleagues about this problem. We have in all over Greece, especially in islands of North Aegean and the South Aegean and the place of Korinthiakos Gulf, and this is funding with 100 million euros for the coastal erosion, and also we funding a study about 10 million euros, which study is I don't analyze more, but you see my Excel, and maybe you have questions about this. We have a call, we make a call to the National Technical Greece Institute, TE, to submit a proposal and to go to study this phenomenon and give us all the different studies about this, to manage this problem. The studies is coastal mechanical studies, geological studies, and different studies to have an holistic approach for manage the erosion. This is a pilot study, and then the technical university, the technical institute, we give us also tender documents as a technical document, and go to the pilot tenders in all the regions. And I close in my presentation here and say I hear some colleagues to say about the maintenance of these erosion problems, and I think that it is impossible to funding this the maintenance from with eligibility from PK program of other programs of RDF or Cohesion Fund. But the responsible authorities is the beneficiary, especially is the departments of civil protection in the region of all the regions of Greece. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nico. So I think now will Konstantina Kolokotroni come in and give us some more information about the program? Or was it just you covering up everything? Because I see that, well...
Covered everything. The only thing I have to say is the implementation progress for this specific priority, which is quite substantial, and what we have programmed for later. I mean, to date, we have 23 approved projects of 438 million euros already in this priority axis. And through the revision of the proposed revision of the program, we intend to allocate more money in this specific priority, the climate adaptation priority. And the areas, apart from the flood protection projects, which are obviously the most expensive ones, and the ones that demand more money, what we feel that we need to further develop in the program is forest fire prevention and management projects, because we have a problem with that in Greece. Implementation of management plans also, I mean, another big area that needs to be funded from our program is the development and implementation of green infrastructure and nature-based solutions, apart from the project in Thessaly, which is based on nature-based solutions. And one more aspect that is in the program and we need to go forward is with campaigns for information, raising awareness on all the aspects of climate adaptation in the country. That's from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And we will come back to you with questions in the end of the session. I'm turning now to Stephen Hart, who is the finance advisor for public infrastructure finance advisory, at the European Investment Bank. And now we are moving to a larger scale from an Interreg program to a national sectoral program. And now we are moving to an international organization. And what can we say about supporting the acceleration of the adaptation investments in Europe?
Does this work? Can you hear me? I can hear me. I can hear me. Great. So I'm Stephen Hart. I want to be down there. There's glaring lights, but I realize we're like on TV here, right? It's like being on stage in the theater or something. But anyway, so I'm 56. I have 4 children, and I try to stay healthy, and I go to the gym. I'm trying to adapt to old age, I guess. So along comes the stewardess yesterday and offers me these chocolate-covered pumpkin seeds, and down they go. So 1-0 to the pumpkin seeds. So it's difficult, this whole adaptation thing, and we human beings are a bit complicated, and we're really complicated when there are lots of us. And this matters because the underlying theme here is that someone has to pay for all this. And how do we convince people to pay? So that's what this presentation is about, really. But let's jump into the basics. That work? There you go. So I don't have to explain, I don't think so. EIB is the European Union's long-term financing institution based in Luxembourg, and we have offices around Europe and in the world. We are well represented today. My colleague here, and she'll be speaking tomorrow, Johanna Kultis. Sorry. And a few years ago, about 5 years ago, we had the audacity to call ourselves the Climate Bank. And what's interesting about this is that that wasn't a top-down process. This was actually the bank's employees, their ideas percolating into the higher levels of management, a bit of outside pressure, but we actually did this bold step to announce to the world that we would be the Climate Bank. And of course, it was mainly about mitigation. But then adaptation came along about a year later, and made its policy entry. So we snuck in this. So we have a roadmap, for us it's the bank and adaptation, and this is our adaptation plan, and it sets targets. Again, this is rather bold because the general observation a few years ago was that while we would like to lend to adaptation, people were not adapting. So no one was asking for the money. That's changing a bit, and one of the things that we're trying to ramp up this is advisory, and we'll be talking about that today and tomorrow. This is not a sales pitch, but people clearly do need help for this. So adaptation cuts across everything, really. That's what makes it so complicated, and in fact also relatively expensive. It goes from the hard to the soft. It's about attitudes, it's about timeframes and planning, being there at the right time to convince people to do the right thing, in the right places, with the right means. So that's part of the message, really. It's being present in people's minds with the right information at the right time. So we provide all sorts of advisory, blah, blah. And these are our clients. We work with public sector, private sector banks. Everyone has to get on board. And so we're trying to, in a way, create channels to reach out to small promoters, big promoters, and so on and so on. So we have done a few flagship operations in Greece on this topic. So we did a loan to Athens a few years ago. What's interesting here is that they were quite early. They had a sort of a resilience plan, but they weren't quite sure how to put it into practice. And so along with our loan, we tried to come in with some assistance to formulate some concrete measures on the ground. So the magical financial tool that we use here is called the framework loan. Basically, it's a fairly open kind of financing, and it's super flexible, which means you can manage it easily alongside other sources of funding, long payback periods, all the things that you need, really, for adaptation. 2 points. One, the financing side is not particularly complicated here. It's a loan. On the advisory side, what was interesting was that taking these grand ideas and then translating them into something tangible on the ground is a long process. Going from strategies to plans to designs to meeting with the traffic authorities and the water people and the gardeners and the costing, and really taking this all the way down to actually creating something is very underestimated. So we often underestimate the amount of soft support that's necessary to get stuff done, especially in siloed public institutions and so on and so on. We also did a very large framework loan, same animal, a few years ago for a large variety of disaster-related purchases, really. So trucks, helicopters, you name it. Again, this flexibility, the breadth, is exactly what countries and cities need when they want to adapt, because it cuts across everything. So my main point here is that the financing story is less complicated than paying it back. So the key feature about a loan is that our borrowers end up paying us more than we gave them over time. They have to give it back. It's your own money. Plus you pay interest and risk and so on and so on. So the key question is, who will pay in the end? And of course, the news here is that it's largely you and me. We will get grants, yes, but the enormity of adaptation means that public grants, they can only go so far. And we hear about Ukraine, we hear about farmers, we hear about competitiveness. There's a lot of competition for funding out there. And adaptation is not over in the next MFF. This will carry on. And so there is an expectation, at least, that a lot more of this funding that may repay loans will have to come from citizens or customers, pretty much those two categories. So this is reflecting now in the kind of advisory that we're trying to develop, is how to make this happen, how to convince people to part with their money. It starts really with, well, if things are going to be expensive, can we at least get more benefits out of them? So, you know, if we're trying to get renewable energy and food and space for water and recreation in the same space, we need to create these kind of multiple benefit stories and synergies. It's not always that straightforward, but fundamentally, getting more out of the investments is a pretty good place to start. Plus, you get a bigger audience to pay for this. Getting in early, framing these things right. There's a whole behavioral finance world out there that specializes in how to pitch this to populations, how people function, what their anchoring is. When they're asked to pay for something, what are they comparing it against? And really, we have standard tools today, things like cost-benefit analysis and climate risk and vulnerability assessments and so on. But they are, say, historically designed for a rather limited audience. They're really designed for the guy deciding on the ground in the ministry or in Brussels or politicians, right? But we need to turn some of these tools around so we're actually talking to the people who will be paying for a lot of this in the end, which are our citizens and our customers. There are some interesting little tricks out there. If you increase protection, for example, then land values can go up. And in some countries, there are actually legal mechanisms to capture some of that increased property value, for example, and in a way bring that into the covering the cost of projects or repayment of a loan. We're looking at the whole business of ecosystem services too, and finding new, say, revenue models around that. And the whole business, you may have heard credits, for example, nature credits, biodiversity credits, carbon credits, all these newfangled tools, they can come into play because in the end, we need to combine many, many, many different funding streams to make this work. So just a few, you'll be seeing lots of examples from the Adriatic and Ionian Sea and the Mediterranean, so I thought I'd bring something else into here. So this is a little town in Denmark, population 10,000, big problem. So the picture on the left is 1872. Now that's the worst flood in living memory. So it reached about 3.2 meters and wiped out half the island. Only these floods have a tendency to come back more often, not as high, but even a 2-meter flooding every 10 years is pretty bad. And with sea level rise, this is tipping the balance. So the estimated cost of the project that they developed themselves was about 80 million euros. 80 million euros for a population of 10,000. Clearly, not all that is going to come from the population of that town, but from the municipality, corporates, some from the state. Now, according to Danish law, in fact, you can pass the bill to the affected parties. So we have a legal framework, but that doesn't mean people can't complain and stop the process. So you need to bring them along. And besides, a storm surge barrier is an awkward piece of infrastructure to sell. It does nothing. For 99.99999% of the time, it just sits there, parked away, as this dragon that will come out of its cave in the event of a flood. And psychologically, we often tend to park these things far away because they're unpleasant. We have a discussion about planning about protection infrastructure, and then over here, we have a discussion about our economic planning and the dreams that we have, and we don't put them together. The other thing is we like to talk about return periods, 1 in 500, 1 in 50, 1 in 20, pay this much and you get this level of protection, pay that much, you get another. This doesn't work for the human mind at all. This is not how you sell this. So again, we're trying to take all these tools and get into a much more of a dynamic situation with a discussion. Talking about project costs. When you haven't done the contract, you have a range. So you have to be very careful about how you talk about project costs. And in fact, there are ways of doing this. So we're helping them in this whole dialogue with the population. Another interesting example, peatlands is probably something that you don't have a lot of here, but other European countries do. And peatlands are the world's biggest terrestrial carbon store. They're also degraded by large, like Europe. And when they get degraded, they release enormous amounts of carbon dioxide, but they also become a fire hazard. You get higher peaks in flooding scenarios. In a country like Ireland, where 20% of the territory is degraded peatland, this is a big issue. And it is quite emotional, in fact. Peatlands and that kind of landscape for Ireland has a cultural significance. So we started this whole process about bringing together stakeholders to explain all the benefits and costs of restoring peatlands. The purpose here was exactly to try to get as many possible types of beneficiaries here to pay for this and to stack different sources of funding. And it's all kind of embodied in something called a nature credit, which you know about carbon credits by now, I guess. A nature credit adds biodiversity, water, fire protection. It's all in one bundled product that can appeal to different audiences. So corporates, the state, CSR funders, impact investors, and we're trying to bring it all together to really upscale peatland restoration. So what I'm hinting at here is that we're approaching the whole business of formulating projects in a slightly different way than we did before. We're starting much earlier, engaging earlier, trying to get people involved earlier, trying to unpick why we have these problems. I mean, adaptation problems are usually just one side of much bigger challenges, actually. Sometimes we need to add a bit of complexity to a problem to kind of solve it, really. So if you basically bring all, say, the social, economic aspects, create a vision where your adaptation challenge is just part of a bigger narrative about development and a vision, for example, then that makes the mezzanine go down. So just a few projects here. Now, I was so glad to see the example from Thessaly. We actually did a study in Thessaly where we tried to pick up one of these sub-basins, and we showed that through sort of small retention measures, basically, we could shave about 25% off peak flows in a flooding event. That doesn't sound like a lot, except the damage is more exponential in relation to the peak flow. So that is a lot. It might not stand on its own, but it's a solution you can't afford not to take seriously, right? We've also worked a lot with forestry. So forestry is facing a crisis also of water. Groundwater tables are moving, forests are drying out, the bark beetle, all this stuff. It's all about, again, it's about water. So we're supporting sustainable forestry models and advising on that retain water and pick species that are sort of more appropriate. I won't go into all these, but another just finally interesting one is brownfield development. There's nothing like starting from afresh to see what you can do. And in fact, we invested in a brownfield fund that finds urban polluted sites, use the English word, razes them, that actually means destroys, removes everything, and really tries to build new quarters. First they clean it up, really integrating nature-based solutions, you might say, for water management from scratch. And for that, we're using things like multi-criteria analysis next to the engineering side and so on. So we're trying to bring in all these like systems analysis and multi-criteria analysis methods really into our project development. So I'll leave it at that. And maybe just one final thing. We're also a bit curious about this. It's a difficult one, coastal resilience. And so really try to sort frog from fact. We're really trying to look at the evidence base for a number of nature-based solutions, also to guide our advice on investments. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And before moving to our next speaker, since we have you here with us in person, from your presentation, it seems that it's very easy to get access to money from you. You make it sound very easy, very, well, plausible, very, well, smooth getting access to you. And I would come to you and ask, compared to the co-funding programs that we know, apart from the RRF, that, well, has a combination of loans and EU money that do not need repayment. How do you, let's say, combine forces with the programs that are financed by the EU, by the different funds under the, the European Commission? You mentioned something about the next MFF, but you just whispered it. Well, I'm not going to ask you more about that. The debate is now starting.
Correct.
Nevertheless, yes, please.
No, I mean, from the co-funding perspective, that's one thing is pretty streamlined by now, actually. So the way EIB co-finances these operations is that we typically give a loan to the state, and then the state, in a way, finances its national contribution. So often national contribution is actually borrowed from somewhere, but it always is. It's either coming from the capital market somewhere, or taxes, or someone like us. But typically, there are also, for large projects, there can be a requirement for a local co-financing component. And if it is sufficiently large, then we can actually do loans with the respective cities. I mean, this is, obviously, 99% of people involved in this thing will never, ever come into contact with this. This is kind of happening pretty much behind the scenes. But, as I said, I think there's an expectation that, well, we know that the borrowing limits, I think, are kind of being reconsidered, like for defense and so on. But that public authorities really are trying to find ways of doing things more efficiently, involve private finance, for example, more repayable sources. But my message here is that if it isn't free money, it means that someone is paying this back somehow. So if it's private, then there's a customer somewhere. If it's a loan, it's the population through taxes or user charges. So financing is about creditworthiness and institutions, but where the money really comes from in the end is about affordability, willingness to pay, forcing people to pay through regulation, for example. So that is the less easy part of it, I would say. Signing a loan is the easy part.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we will have some time for questions in the end. Let me now move on to our last speaker, Ms. Letizia Monteleone, Senior Consultant at Riccardo Italia, and she will talk about the Mission Implementation Platform. Please, if you can hear us. And the funding opportunities for local and regional adaptation. Yeah, we can hear you too.
Great.
So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for having me. I'm going to share my screen. So please do let me know if this is okay for you. Yes, I can see myself in your screen, so I guess this works. Great, so thanks for introduction. Yes, I'm Letizia Monteleone, I'm Senior Consultant at Riccardo, and Riccardo is the organization that manages the Mission Implementation Platform of Mission Adaptation. So today I will have a presentation with a bit of an overview of some of the information we found useful when working with local and regional authorities in Europe, and especially discussing the financing of adaptation. So just to start with a bit of context, I know that you had already a few presentations before me, so maybe it's a bit of a repetition, but of course, there is a challenge in finance adaptation, of course, because there's a lack of clearly identifiable revenue streams. So the projects that we have been developing and in local authorities and regions find themselves developing are often difficult to be bankable or to show strength on the financing side, and also the general interest in financing adaptation measures is historically limited. So while with mitigation we are quite advanced, financing adaptation is quite a new topic, and we're still trying to understand how to best do that. And also connected to this, administration at the local and regional level have limited capacities, knowledge, and expertise. So there is in general a challenge of quantifying the economic benefits for adaptation and attributing them to specific actors and users. Of course, they have positive externalities, and while there are studies that have been conducted on the research side, and also how to best quantifying them, this is still like a knowledge gap in general. So regional and local authorities prefer to access interest-free funding. However, in general, as a statement from the Climate Policy Initiative, I bring you this number that's in 2021-2022, $63 billion was dedicated to the climate adaptation financing, but this was estimated to be only 20 to 30% of the actual financing need by 2030. So there is a large adaptation financing gap, and in the mission implementation platform, what we are working on with regions and local authorities to explore solutions that go beyond the grants. So look at revenue streams that can be beyond mainstream, and also raising funds that could be combined with grants at the national European level. I still left here a couple of slides in case someone from the audience would be interested in this. I know you had a session on Interreg. So of course, as I said, it's local and regional authorities are usually tend to think first of EU funds when they're developing adaptation projects. There are different opportunities to acquire funding at the European level. There are two categories. One is the European Structural Investment Funds, which are handled directly at the regional and national level through the managing authorities. And the other category is European funding programs that are handled at the European level. I'm not going to go into detail on these ones, but in the next slide, I have a few links that might be useful to some of you to identify opportunities from these databases. Through the Mission Implementation Platform, we have updated a funding database that is uploaded on Climate Adapt, where local and regional authorities can search for available funding at the European and national level for adaptation. Yes, different filters depending on the type of project, on the size, and who is actually managing the project. And then also on the Covenant of Mayors database, which developed this page and database. Also here there is more information on the available funds. And then of course there are the official tenders and opportunities at the European levels. These are all information that when working with a local and regional authority, we also explore. So, however, as I said, grants are not enough to cover adaptation, and surely is not can be the only way going forward. What are the sources and instruments for finance for adaptation? Can alternative sources or financing play a role? So, yeah, as I said, the EU funding or national grants are limited and are also very competitive. It's not easy to access them or to prepare a good application. These are all lessons that we learned by discussing with local and regional authorities under the Mission Implementation Platform. And the implementation adaptation cannot only rely on public grants, but yet it's mobilizing other sources is critical. Also, the total cost of adaptation projects might be larger than what EU grants or national programs can fund. And also these may only cover specific activities, such as maybe the part of the design or the study or the monitoring side, but not the actual implementation over a number of years. And of course, it's good to start considering when developing an adaptation project that the key benefits also could go to specific economic actors. And there's also ways to start thinking like the benefit or the avoided damage cost of adaptation, and leverage these to develop a financing strategy. I have now a few examples of alternative instruments to finance adaptation that we see at the regional and local level Europe. And a few examples from different cities in Europe as well. So the first thing that we discuss with regional local authorities to consider there is potential reallocation of local existing budget from either projects that are not priorities or connecting the current, for example, sectoral plans to the key climate risk that they have identified while developing a climate risk assessment. Similarly, there is sometimes a potential to increase the adaptation components in other projects or connecting this to mitigation projects that have already allocated some form of funding. Collaborate with other project partners. This can be universities, NGO, or private sector partners, both on resources, but helping kind, even thinking that volunteers or land access is a form of supporting adaptation projects. Using fiscal measures such as taxes or subsidies. And we'll see some examples of this. Also, sale or leasing of local assets from the administration. Leveraging the adaptation project for commercial activities. This can be when developing and designing the project. We see that in some cities, solutions such as nature-based solutions can be connected with benefits for the tourism and leveraging the benefits of improving even the environment to attract commercial activity. Then private venture capital are other form of financing such as green bonds, public-private partnerships, loans, of course, and public and private, and here, connecting also with the work the EIB is doing, and then also crowdfunding, which is an innovative solution that has been used for adaptation. However, it has the limit of the budget, so it often can only be used for smaller projects. So on this, we'll just show a few examples. There is also I imagine this presentation will be shared. You can find a link and explore a bit more. So for the utilizing green bond, Paris has developed a climate bond for financing urban adaptation, 300 million bond in 2015. It was for both climate and energy project, and 25% of these funds were allocated to climate adaptation and especially urban infrastructure. And this was transitioned to a sustainability bond framework in 2017 for broader projects. Two were the projects that were financed through the bond. They planted 20,000 trees and also created new parks to reduce urban heat in the city. In this specific case, it had a 1.75 annual return and managed to attract institutional investors because it was dedicated to institutions. Ensures transparency because they had an annual reporting and was aligned with the Paris Energy and Action Plan for the city. Of course, climate bonds require significant resources to boost collaboration and also at the legislative level of the city. It's important to keep transparency in the cost, the payback resources, and the creditworthiness of the issue. So, the things to keep in mind. Other examples here, just to leave some links and resources. There are also examples from outside Europe. On the Clean Water Partnership, there was a community-based public-private partnerships that use through bonds through water charges. Resilience Hampton used environmental impact bond, also debt for nature swap, or pooled mini bond from the Veneto region in Italy. So these are all ideas that might help regional and local authorities to think how of alternative financing for adaptation. Then an example from the private-public partnerships from Bilbao in Spain. So where the district was transformed into a flood-resilient sustainable urban areas through the public-private partnerships, where a commission of landowners and development contributed with the land and covered infrastructure cost by paying some of the expenses on the project, but also contributed financially as the land was 51% public and, well, half public and half private. In total, the budget for this was raised was 12.6 million euros. And the public sector funded flood protection measures, such as canal openings, flood walls, and elevated ground level for an amount of 8.4 million euros. And this is an example of public-private partnership for adaptation, where the private investment profited from real estate development and the city ensured climate resilience. Then, just to mention some on the fiscal measures, of course, we talk about fiscal measure can be tax incentives.
Letizia, sorry, 1 minute, please, left.
Thank you. Thank you. Then I will go through this quickly because it's, the resources are here. But there's an example from Copenhagen using municipal taxes, but also taxes from property owners. And then I have one last example here on crowdfunding. This is a link to the a platform that allows for raising funds through crowdfunding for different projects and specifically focused on nature-based solutions. And I have one last example of the city of Lodz in Poland on blended finance. So it's all ideas and best practices that the mission implementation platform is collecting and discussing with local authorities to start thinking of innovative financing for adaptation. And this is one last slide to say that in the mission implementation platform, we also hold different events on financing. And we had one on EU grants, one innovative funding options, and one in combination of public and private. And there is more information on the event recording and resources at these links. So thank you very much. Happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Letizia. In any case, I imagine that all these presentations will be sent to the participants, and with all your contact details, if you have any questions, you can address directly our speakers. Well, I'm here a bit pressed by the organizers that I need to wrap up because some other interesting things are going to follow, not on climate adaptation, but on cultural mitigation, if I may say. So I would like to thank all speakers, Stephen, who is here in person, all our speakers who got connected and shared their inputs with us, Barbara, Nikos, Kostadina, and Letizia. And thank you very much, all of you being here with us, our technicians. And the floor goes to Eva to wrap up. Thank you.
I'm not going to wrap up. I'm going to speed up for the cultural tour. They're waiting for us, our guides. At 6 o'clock, we start our tour to the very important and beautiful city of Corfu. So the address is written on the agenda. You all have it? Kazra. Yeah, it's 2 museums, so it's a little bit of a tour of the... And after we have the rehearsal of the Philharmonic Society of Corfu, which is a kind offer of the Ionian region. So enjoy your rest of your evening, and thank you very much.
Eva, we set off from here, right? We set off for the tour outside. Yes. Από εδώ δεν ξεκινάμε, απ' έξω. Για το tour.
Πάμε μόνοι μας. Καμία περίπτωση. Να τους ρωτήσουμε.